And we're back. Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and I think Ryan Cohen owes us a lot of money. I think Ryan Cohen owes us a lot of money. I don't know. There's nobody here yet, but I just really think that. That guy sucks. Alright. Let me get the chat out here. I'm just kidding. I'm excited for GameStop's future, but that guy does suck. Alex Schur. What's up, Alex Schur? How you doing, bro? Matt Romano. What's up, Matt Romano? I don't know if I saw you in here yesterday, Matt Romano. I hope you're doing all right. I can't remember if I even saw your name in here. Hopefully everything's good. Break Nation. I didn't see Break Nation in here yesterday either. Hopefully you're doing all right. If you're not first, you're last. Pow! What the? Pow! Pow! Michael Casper. What's up, Michael Casper? Hope you're doing good, bro. Short little article here about GameStop. Thousands of Nintendo Switch 2 consoles stolen in 1.4 million truck heist. Thousands of Nintendo Switch 2 consoles were stolen from the back of a truck while the driver was at a truck stop, police have confirmed. As reported by 9 News, the theft took place on the morning of June 8th at Love's Truck Stop in Bennett, Colorado, while the driver wasn't inside the vehicle. According to the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, a total of 2,810 Switch 2 consoles were stolen from the truck. Speaking with authorities, the drivers told deputies that he wasn't aware of the inventory he was transporting and only became aware of the theft when he returned to his truck to discover the cab's trailer has been opened. At the standard retail price of $500, the number of Switch 2 consoles stolen would amount to a total value of $1.4 million. That figure is unlikely to be reflective of what the thieves could make selling every console, however. Speaking 9 News, MSU Denver computer science professor Steve Beatty expressed his belief that the stolen goods would likely be sold through black market means, rather than through legitimate sites like Craigslist or eBay. Because they're stolen, I would expect them to head to the dark web pretty quickly, unless they're shipped out of the country, he told the network, adding that it took him 2 minutes to find a Switch 2, being sold at half price in such places. It's worth noting that every Switch 2 and its associated components, including the Joy-Cons and battery, are branded with a unique serial number. Likewise, Nintendo can brick any Switch 2 console if it's found to be breaking the company's terms of service, and this would no doubt extend to a console proven to be stolen. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That shit's crazy, bro. If you like mod your Switch 2 or something, Switch or Nintendo can just literally like clap you. They can just clap your Switch 2. That's insane. What's up, Small Fry? Actually, Corey was first. That's funny. Disgusting busy day at work, but handled like a spider monkey. Nice. What's up, Mooma Burr? What's up, bro? You up early? I'm pretty much up this early every day. It's just usually I end up going to the gym or something. Just depends, I guess. My schedule's pretty random, I feel like, at a lot of times, but usually I wake up around like 8, 7:30. Just takes me forever to get on stream because, I mean, I love streaming for 8 hours, but it's not easy to stream for 8 hours. It's not easy. Especially when news sucks. Maybe if the chat was a little more active, maybe it would be easier, but it's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. It's getting there though. So there has been days. They're on to me. Quit reading this article. Busy working a lot. Today's my day off, but I got in an hour. Nice. Oh, you gotta go to work in an hour? Wait. I'm confused. They can legally take it back. Oh, I see. I see. You're just working on your day off like a real boss. Let's go. That's what real bosses do, Michael Casper. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. That's what real bosses be doing, working on their days off. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. They can legally take it back. Really? I thought they just clapped it over so you couldn't play games or anything anymore, so it'd basically be useless. You imagine just some dude in a fucking Pikachu outfit comes knocking at your door. We're here to reclaim our Switch 2. Let's see. Aiden Ross bought the biggest house ever bought, potentially. Let's see. What's the record here? I don't see what the record is, but I guess we'll read about it. Aiden Ross purchased, I really doubt 25 million. That doesn't seem like the largest house purchase, but anyway. 25 million home in Davie, Florida, and it's actually a bit of a record breaker for the Sunshines today. For years, streaming and content creation has been incredibly blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Now Kick owner is shelled out in a big way, buying 25.5 million home in Davie, Florida. 10-acre property includes an 11,325 square foot 7-bedroom mansion that has been on the market for 32 million. What's the record though? Oh, set the record for the biggest home sale in the city. Okay. Gotcha. This thing's gonna fall apart. This thing's gonna fall apart, bro. You think Aiden Ross is gonna take care of a mansion? I mean, he probably has like servants and stuff, but this dude's crazy. I actually haven't kept up on Aiden Ross's lore. I think he's gotten a lot better. Last time I was like kind of up to date on Aiden Ross lore. He was in the transition of like becoming a better person. And I haven't really checked back since then, so I don't know if he made it or not. Michael Casper's always on the grind. Yes, sir. And Jay-Z have like a one bill property with Beyonce. I have no clue. I don't keep up on what these people are doing. Imagine the electric bill. For real. You might as well just be mining crypto at that point. Fuck, man, the electric bill on that thing. I bet the property taxes are fucked. Like, that's a big ass house, dude. It's like 11,000 square feet. That's probably like 4 of my house. I don't know how big my house is, but it's probably like 4 or 5. Okay, that's all I wanted to see. I just wanted to see what record he broke. Other than that, I don't really care. Was it the largest? I forgot already. Was it the largest house purchase in the city or the state? In the city, okay. So nothing crazy there. Nothing crazy there. Well, other than the Nintendo Switch 2's getting stolen, I don't think there's really much news. Federal interest rate decision today, but if you go to the Fed rate monitor tool, it's on it. It's on investing.com. This tells you like what the market is expecting as far as rate cuts and all that. And I've only seen it wrong like once, maybe twice. Definitely once. But yeah, the market's not expecting a rate cut until September. And it's still like 50-50 whether you're gonna get a rate cut in September. But October and December have like potential. You know, we're down below 4, so it's likely we'll get a cut in September. I saw a news article that Trump is still like talking shit on Powell, and I don't appreciate that, bro. Trump's a crypto scammer. He shouldn't talk shit on Powell. Powell's a gangster. Powell's a gangster. Sub DC? Yeah, a little early today. I didn't feel like going to the gym, so I'm using the stream as an excuse. A terrible excuse for not going to the gym. My knee is like cooked though. I don't know what's up with that. So I'll just go tomorrow. AC 3 out of 7 ain't working. Call the guy. My game room is getting hot. For real though. I wouldn't even have a furnace. I would just buy Bitcoin miners, bro. Straight up. Straight up. I wouldn't even have a furnace. Well, I guess you kind of have to have the ducting and stuff with an AC, so you might as well just have the furnace anyway, but I'd just be running Bitcoin miners. You gotta pay for this fucking house. Somehow. Somehow, some way. The volume. You don't want to know the volume. You don't want to know the volume. It's fucking low as fuck, dude. 2.4 million. Holy shit, this is low as fuck. This is so low. It's such low volume. Ruben Gonzalez, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? Hope you're doing good. Mario and Luigi went fast and furious and robbed the truck. Too fast. Too furious. I'm too fast for y'all, man. Too fast. Too furious. They have companies that are selling Bitcoin miners for water heaters and furnaces. Really? What's it called? I haven't seen that. I saw a heater, but it doesn't mine enough crypto to make it worth it. That's the issue with a lot of these you know, Bitcoin miners. They're not even profitable. Like, to get a profitable one, you have to be spending fat. And it's like I think a lot of these Bitcoin miners are made in China, so they're worth a fuckload because of the tariffs and shit. But if crypto dips for some reason, could be a good time to buy one. Potentially. I don't know, because when crypto dips, mining becomes more valuable. So, I don't know. But maybe, you know, maybe the people will panic. Who knows? You never know. You never know. Need a tinfoil hat emoji for the members. A tinfoil hat's actually really good. I wonder if you can get a cool one. Oh, dude, my computer, or my fucking keyboard crapped out yesterday, so now I'm using this shitty keyboard. It sucks, bro. I can't even feel the keys. I don't like it. See, I don't like any of these, though. There's a lot of tinfoil hats, though. I mean, I kind of like this one, but this one's pretty sick. I don't even play RuneScape, bro. And the duel arena is not a thing anymore. They took it away because people were gambling like a lot of money to duel each other, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. they took the duel arena out of the game. There's a video about it, actually. Like, people were literally, like, betting, like, I think the biggest bet in RuneScape was, like, a million something. And they would just buy these, I don't remember what the item's called, but it's just, like, shards, because you can only have a certain amount of GP in the game, I think. I think you can only have 999 bill, or 9,999 billion or something like that. Not really sure. I can't remember. But so when you have max out money, you have to buy something else. So people would buy these like shards that were worth quite a bit. And yeah, people would, and like I think every million or every 10 million, but back then money was worth more in RuneScape. But I think like today every 10 million is like $1 in real life money. But back then, every like 5 million maybe was $1. I'm not really sure. You know, so people would be betting tens of thousands of billion of fucking RSGP. And, you know, it's worth a fuckload of money in real life. So, yeah, they took the duel arena out of the game. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. The pointy one. Oh, I lost the thing. Oh well. I mean, I like the one I chose. My voice is like going away, bro. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. That would suck. That was insane stuff. I wonder if that's why sports betting has gone up. No cap. Nah, RuneScape's small, bro. RuneScape's a small ass community, small ass game. It's just an it's an easy way to bet a lot of money, and if you had a lot of money in the game anyway, like it's it's worth a lot, but it's hard to get rid of in real life. So if you can fucking double up what you have, you have like $200,000 in the game that you can't really get rid of. It's like, fuck it, let's see if I can double it real quick, But a lot of people, would actually buy the GP and gamble it, and it became a problem for a lot of people. I think a lot of people like lost their houses and shit, like crazy stuff. There's literally a whole video about it. It's insane. It's actually insane. What's up, Zach Tate? How you doing, bro? I used to be a flower gambling host on RuneScape before they got rid of it, actually. Used to be able to play like basically poker with flowers. And I don't remember. I think red and blue were just like one. You had black and white flowers that were like an automatic win basically or something. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, I made a lot of GP doing that hosting, and I never even scammed anyone. Like a lot of people who hosted it would scam people. I just got super lucky. So I never had to scam people. That tinfoil hat sucks. And I lost a lot of money at times. Like, wasn't an easy life being a host, but it worked. You just had the odds in your favor of being a host rather than gambling against the host. In some ways. In most ways it's still 50-50. It's just there's the community, and when you have trust, more people bet against you, and it's just better. We gotta find a tinfoil hat here. God, this fucking keyboard is so stupid. I don't like any of these. Like, there's the Hershey's one, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the tinfoil hat. Is that Michael Jordan crying in a tinfoil hat? Like, this one's hilarious. I like this one. He's crying in a tinfoil hat. Hey, shout out Moose again, bro. Moose again is officially 6 months as a member. Holy shit, bro. Time flies, bro. Time absolutely flies. I can't believe that shit. 6 months, bro. 6 months. Crazy. The 8-ball's pretty sweet. I had it as the 2-month one, I think, at one time, and I didn't really like it, but I can't think of anything better. Speaking of gambling, there's Michael Jordan. Oh, Michael Jordan loves gambling. Is there's that theory that see, I don't like the tinfoil hat one. It doesn't, I don't know, I don't feel like it looks that good compared to everything else. I think we're not gonna, I think that's a no. I think that's a no. I kind of like all of them that I have right now. Like, the bunny is honestly the coolest one. Like, I like the bunny. The bunny's funny. Hey, that rhymed, but that one's just sick. The GameStop one's okay, like the power-up logo. That one looks cool too, I guess. I like the Uno cards, though. The Uno cards are dope. Toss MJ in, see what it looks like. Nah. Although MJ crying face would be a good emote. Oh man. I think it's too big though. I gotta adjust it. It'd be better than the chicken tenders. The little poop tenders. Oh yeah, Sam Solik did a collab with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I doubt anyone cares, but I thought that was kind of interesting. I haven't watched it yet. And Ari Matty came out with his, I think this is his first comedy special, so that could be really good, potentially. I don't know. I don't follow Ari Matty like that, but definitely for the first Netflix special. What the hell? Why did I close the page? Where's the chicken tendies? Let's get rid of that one. The poop tendies. No, that's too big. I need a smaller Michael Jordan here. Ah, perfect. Ah, perfect. A little small, but it just you can't really tell it's Michael, I don't think, unless you look really close. Can't really tell what's going on there. His head's too small. I think it's better than the poop nuggets though. I definitely think it's better than the poop nuggets. I don't think it's good enough to be a badge, but I don't know. We gotta find something. I don't really like the... It's better than the poop nuggets, but I still don't even like that emote. It's just so hard to find a good one. I truly believe that theory had to leave basketball. I think he left basketball because I don't... Wait, what theory? I don't even know what you're talking about. That he shorted GameStop? I don't think that has anything... I don't know if that has anything to do with him leaving basketball, but... I mean, who knows? I've heard he didn't short GameStop, but who cares? Oh, gambling debts. Yeah, that's a fact. They talk about it in the documentary, I believe. And yeah, potentially that's why his dad got killed, right? His dad and someone else, maybe just his dad, because of the gambling debts. I've heard that too, but that was in the documentary, wasn't it? They're gonna take out your pops. Fixed games? Wait, what? Michael Jordan was the one getting fixed. I don't know. He's the one who was getting finessed. You think Michael Jordan was the one? I don't, I'm confused by that statement. Very confused by that. He was the one getting finessed because he's a gambling addict. And he just had a fuckload of money and he was dumb. Hey, peace out, Michael Casper. Have a good one, bro. God bless. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the market's closed tomorrow. That's so weird. That's so weird that the market's gonna be closed tomorrow. Make for a long day. Yeah, maybe I'll just stream anyway. Who knows? Who knows? Is GameStop gonna like break out at all? The volume is so trash compared to the last like week. This is crazy. This is insane. We were spoiled. I don't know if I was spoiled. I don't think that was a good thing. I think I don't know. That shit was crazy. I think Ryan owes me a lot of money though. That guy sucks. Everyone forgot about Gme, clearly. Look at that volume. I don't know if they forgot about it. I think they got absolutely fucked on. You see how hyped it was? I mean, you saw my stream. You saw how hyped it was at the higher 30s or in the 30s. Like literally, bro. You think anyone who bought in the 30s is still here? Which was the peak height, literally the peak hype of the stock was in the 30s, like almost the higher 30s. Like we were basically at like 34, 35. Like that was peak hype. And then everyone got absolutely fucked. So I don't know if they forgot about GameStop. I think they just got absolutely fucked on, and now they, now they want to forget about it, but oh man. Oh man. That shit's funny. I wonder if Ryan Cohen just hates traders. I wonder if Ryan Cohen just absolutely hates traders and he's like, ha, ha, watch this. Yo, you think the stock's going to the moon? Watch this. I mean, I don't blame him. I hate traders too, so I don't blame him, but I think that's hilarious. He's like, you think you're just gonna trade my stock and make a bag? Nope. Think again, motherfucker. Oh man, I should have been buying at 22. I mean, that's the market is efficient. Or what is it? Effective. It's effective. The market's effective. People say the market's efficient, but I say it's effective. Show you though, Cordell, your channel is gonna explode when this thing stays stable above 30. I truly don't think Ryan Cohen likes Moonman, Moas hype beasts. I mean, I bet Ryan Cohen does, but he's taking advantage in the short term to make this a very valuable long-term play. Like, I think he's doing it very well, even though he's an asshole, but let's see how my leap is doing. I love it. I haven't even checked my account today, so I don't know. I don't even know what you're saying. I literally haven't checked my account today. That shit's funny. I literally don't care what my account is doing, and I know that leap is trash, so I don't even know why you said that. Like, that leap is fucking garbage. And I don't even look at my account really ever, so just a weird thing to say, I feel like. Just a very weird thing to say. But yeah, I do hate traders. I absolutely hate traders because they think they're smart. And I am a trader, so I think I'm smart, but that's the aspect I hate of traders. That's why I try to fade traders as much as possible. Yeah, well, obviously not lately. Lately, I've just been getting clapped with everyone else, but it is what it is. We'll see what happens long term. We'll see what happens long term. I think that's part of his strategy, is to wean out the traders that try it on GameStop. I mean, traders are definitely making money, for sure. There's been so much stupid opportunity to make money on this stock as a trader. Retarded money to make as a trader. Like, if you're a trader on this stock right now, you're doing better than everyone else. Because this is the easiest fucking stock in the world to trade as of the past like year. But, we'll see if it continues to be that way. The issue is people pay attention at the wrong time, People just only care at the wrong times. If people cared when nobody else cared and sold when everyone cared, I mean, you'd be absolutely crushing, but nobody does that. Because everyone in this stock is either long-term, or they just, whenever it starts going up, they start to trade options on it or something. Like, they don't really trade it actively, I don't think. At least that's what it seems like to me. Or there's too many people trading it actively, and that's why it behaves the way it does. Could be one of the two. Could be one of the two, because it is pretty easy. It is, I don't know. It seems easy. What's up, Brian? Ryan Cohen inadvertently made me top tick ETH and buy GME. Slap me harder. Shit's funny. I think it's funny. Because I just think about it and, like, you're just delaying it. You're just delaying the inevitable, it seems like. Like, there's no reason why this stock should be down this low. You know? There's really no reason. Like, so it's going to be interesting. The long term just gets more and more interesting. Mario hats out. Just working and listening like always. Well, appreciate it, Ruben. Appreciate it. Goat tier hat collection. I need more. I need more. GameStop just doesn't have very many hats I like. They have a couple more that I want to get, but and it's rare like I find a hat I like outside of GameStop, because the only reason I really buy the hats is for the stream, and it's like it only makes sense I should buy hats from GameStop, I guess. At least that's how I think about it. And, you know, shirts. GameStop exclusive shirts. They have a lot more of those. They don't have many GameStop exclusive hats. They don't, yeah. A lot more shirts. I keep debating swing trading it, but I'd rather just accumulate and hold. Yeah, one of these times it's not going to go down. You know? For how long it's going to keep repeating this pattern, you know? Every time it gets bullish, he does these bonds or whatever. And maybe, I was thinking about this, maybe Ryan is very, like, in tune with the market, and he understands the market very well. And maybe there was a likely chance that after going up to 37, we were just going to sit at like 30 to 28 to 30, maybe to 33, and we were just going to sit in this range forever. So it actually, you know, makes a lot of sense to lower the price, to, you know, to raise a bunch of money and lower the price if the stock is literally just going to do nothing for the next like month or two. It just makes a lot of sense, because if it's going to, you know, randomly start going up after like a month and a half, I think it's better that it starts randomly going up at a lower price than up here, I guess. I don't know. Just something to think about, I guess. Something to think about. What did the offering get done with? Did they finish the offer? They don't announce it, but yeah, it did get finished. I actually think the company they did the bond with announced it. It's on Reddit. I saw it. I don't know if it's a real post, you know. I don't really trust many things Reddit says or does or posts or whatever you want to say, but there was where is it? Jaywood Capital Advisors. I don't know if this is real, but it says, "Congrats Daniel Moore, Mark Robinson, and the entire GameStop team on your highly successful 2.25 billion zero coupon convertible offering. We're proud and honored to have served again as your capital market advisor on your second convertible note transaction." So, but I thought it was US Bank that did it, so I don't know why these guys would post this. I think it's just kind of some promotion shit on Superstonk, but they do have a website, Jaywood Capital. I thought it was US Bank that did the bond last time. Oh wait. I think actually I might know where to find it. I think they did actually post it. I think it's up in here. Boom. Yeah, it's right here. Detroit's Tigers and the Detroit Lions hats for me these days. Say we're going up today. We'll probably not move. I don't know. Who knows, man? The volume's so low. So low. Powell's speech been? Nah. Powell's in the afternoon. Always. Always in the afternoon. This was my thesis. I'm cheap. I wear promotional hats I get today. Sherwin-Williams. Yeah, I know Sherwin. I know Sherwin. What's up, Rosh? How you doing, bro? Hugh G. What's up, Hugh G? I think U.S. Bank bought the bonds, maybe. I thought they were the one that issued it. I think any, like, accredited investor can buy the bonds, potentially. I don't know, though. Project We. Alright, let's see. I guess I'll read it. So, on June 17th, GameStop completed its previously announced private offering of $2.25 billion. Aggregate principal amount of 0%, convertible notes due 2032. Pursuant to the purchase agreement between the company and the initial purchaser of the notes, the company granted the initial purchaser an option to purchase for the settlement within a period of 13 days from and including the date notes were first issued, up to an additional $450 million aggregate principal amount on the notes. The notes are general unsecured obligations of the company. Notes were issued pursuant to an indenture dated June 17, 2025, between the company and the U.S. Bank Trust Company National Association as trustee. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. See, so I think that super stonk post was bullshit, which, not surprised at all. The notes will mature on June 15th, 2032, unless earlier converted, redeemed, or repurchased. The notes will not bear regular interest, and the principal amount of the notes will not accrete. Holders may convert all or any portion of their notes at their option at any time prior to the close of the business on the business day immediately preceding March 15th, 2032, only upon satisfaction of one or more of the following conditions. We don't need to read those. We already know that. Yeah, fine, I'll read it. Whatever. I don't want to. I feel like everyone should know this by now. During any fiscal quarter commencing after fiscal quarter ending November 1st, 2025, and only during such first quarter, if the last reported sale price of company Class A common stock per whatever for 20 trading days during the period of 30 consecutive trading days ending on and including the last trading day of the immediately preceding fiscal quarter is greater than or equal to 130% of the conversion price for the notes on each applicable trading day. During the 5-day business day period, after any 10 consecutive trading days period, in which the trading price per 1,000 principal amount of the notes for each trading day of the measurement period was less than 98% of the product. What? No. Oh, I see. Was less than 98%? What? What? Okay, wait, hold up. Let me reread that. During the 5 business day period, after any 10 consecutive trading days period, in which the trading price per $1,000 principal amount of notes for each trading day of measurement period was less than 98% of the product of the last reported sale of the common stock and the conversion rate on such trading day. It's less than 98% of the product. So if it's down 99%, they can convert early, I guess, basically, is what it's saying. I think. Pretty sure. If the company calls such notes for redemption at any time prior to the close of business on the scheduled trading day, immediately preceding the redemption date, but only with respect to the notes called or deemed called for redemption. Okay. 4. Upon the occurrence of specified corporate events as set forth in the indenture, on or after March 15, 2032, until the close of business on the scheduled trading day, immediately preceding the maturity date, holders may convert all or any portion of their notes at any time in multiples of 1,000 principal amount at any time, regardless of the foregoing conditions. Upon conversion, the company will satisfy its conversion obligation by paying and or delivering, as the case may be, cash, shares of common stock, or a combination of cash and shares of common stock in the company's election, in the manner and subject of the terms and conditions set forth in the indenture. Okay. So the note holders can actually choose whether they want cash or shares. I thought it was GameStop that has control, but these are also... close the business on business, but they also don't have to convert when it closes. I don't think. I think they can still continue to hold the bond, potentially. Let's see. Their option at any time prior to the close of business on the business day immediately preceding, only upon satisfaction of one. I know that part. During 5 business day period after 10 consecutive trading day period, which the trading price per 1,000 principal amount of notes for each trading day of the measurement period was less than 98% of the product of the last reported sale price. Whatever. Alright. The conversion rate for the notes will initially be 34.5872 shares of common stock. See, I don't know if KCR is here, but he was asking, like, how is it free money? But it's because they only have to pay this. If GameStop shares are trading over this, it doesn't matter. So, maybe, I guess if you calculate it that way, who knows how much they actually have to pay back. So it could be a good point. 0.5872. Initially be 34, which is equivalent to the initial conversion price of approximately $28.91. Initial conversion price of the notes represents a premium of the approximately 32.5% over U.S. composite weighted average. Conversion rate is subject to adjustment under certain conditions under the accordance of the term of the indenture, but will not be adjusted for any accrued or unpaid interest. In addition, following certain corporate events. So it's just 32% over 2.5 billion. So you could just do 2.5 billion times 32.5%. So they have to pay back, or it's 2.25, but whatever. Same case. Who knows if they bought the rest. So they have to pay back 3.3 billion. I guess. But 2.5. Is that right? So is this actually like a bad thing? I guess it doesn't really matter if they just pay back in shares, because they just keep all the cash, and maybe that's the actual plan, is to just keep the cash. That would make a lot of sense, honestly, because 2.25 times 3.5% is only 87 million, so times 7. So you're not even making money in that scenario, if that's the goal. Very interesting. You're actually losing 200 million on the bond if you pay it back in cash. Person converting is to choose cash. Yeah, I know. I just read that, but I don't know. It's very interesting, but why would you choose cash, honestly? I don't know why you would choose cash. It's very interesting. Whatever, we'll see what happens. Now that I can see why the market doesn't like it. That makes sense. Okay. The conversion rate for the notes will initially be 34.5872 shares of common stock on the notes, which is equivalent to initial conversion price of approximately $28.91. Initial conversion price of the notes represents a premium of approximately 32.5% over the U.S. composite volume weighted average price of common stock. Conversion rate is subject to adjustment under certain oh, I already read that, didn't I? But will not be adjusted for any accrued. Okay. The company may not redeem the notes prior to June 20th, 2029. The company may redeem for cash all or any portion of the notes at its option on or after June 20th, 2029. Okay, so if the scenarios are met, GameStop gets to choose whether they redeem for cash or shares, as far as I understand. But if the maturity date gets met, then the holders get to choose whether it's cash or shares, as far as I'm understanding here. At least that's what it seems like to me, because it says right here, June 20th, 2029, the company may redeem for cash all or any portion of the notes. And then over here, where was it? It says on or after March 15th, 2032, or where was it? Is it there? Oh, yeah. March 15th, 2032, and the close of business on the scheduled trading day immediately preceding the maturity date. Holders may convert all or any portion of their note at any time. So if it matures, the holders have the decision. If the criteria is met by 2029, GameStop gets to choose. Okay, I got you now. But I still don't think... So that actually could be beneficial, because if the stock is trading over 130%, it could be better to give the shares, because then they can just keep the cash. They give the shares at $34. The stock is trading at 50. So, you know, maybe it goes down to like 40. Maybe it goes down to 35. Who cares? But then GameStop gets to keep the $2.5 billion. And, you know, the shares, the float gets increased a little bit. But the shares are already trading at an exponential price. So, does it really matter? And if interest rates stay high, you know, at that point, what was it? 600 million, they're going to have 3 billion off of this 2.5 billion. So if interest rates are still around like 3%, 2.5%, or if that's what they're getting paid anyway, you know, low end 2.5, still like 80 mil profit a year. So you're still just keeping up with today's rates. And who knows what else they're going to do, you know, maybe eventually they will do something with the money, who knows, but they'll come to make volume. They're still asleep. Nah. This is just how the market reacts when there's a gap in trading days. You usually don't see much volume. It's a very common thing, especially the day before the closed day. You know, people are already taking this day off for the weekend, you know. Like volume can come out of nowhere, but if it's in a holiday type situation, you're usually not going to see volume. It's a very common thing. Just bullied himself into reading it. Well, I mean, I'm glad I kind of did, because now I understand how these bonds work, and maybe you guys understand it too. Maybe you guys already knew. I don't know. I've read this shit a bunch, and I didn't really know that, but now I know. If you don't know, now you know. GameStop under Cohen's leadership prioritizes treating shareholder capital as their own. Yeah, that's the bet, honestly. Let's see how serious he is. He owes me a lot of money, so let's see how serious he is. He owes me a lot of money. Fucking Cohen. Fucking Cohen. What is Juneteenth? The abolishment of slavery. 1895, I believe. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. Juneteenth. Ah, 1865. Damn it. Close. The holiday's name first used in the 1890s. Gotcha. (1865). June 19th, 1865. I was close, I guess. Not really. Rates drop, GME goes up. How? How does that, how? Please explain. You can't just say something with no explanation. That makes no sense. I mean, theoretically, if rates go down, markets should go up more, but it doesn't really mean anything. Rates have nothing to do with the market going up or down. So, explain what you even mean, because you can't just say things. That's not how the world works. You can't just say things and then they happen. You got to explain why you would even say that thing. Doesn't even really make sense. The rates aren't going down very much. They're gonna cut a couple times in the next, maybe like 3 times in the next like 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 if you're lucky. We'll see, but they're not gonna be cutting very much. And just because they cut the federal funds rate doesn't necessarily mean everything follows. It's gonna take a lot of time. Economics is slow. They're not gonna cut rates and then mortgage rates are magically gonna drop tomorrow. Not really how it works. Further down there are equations. Cordell, not sure if it would help. It might, though. But the person converting gets to choose cash or shares, not Gme. I already figured that out. I already figured it out. Yeah. That's why I said it's beneficial for the bonds to convert earlier. I could be wrong, though. I mean, I feel like it's better for GameStop to have the choice, for sure. Because, yeah. I mean, if they force the people into shares, that only should make GameStop go up more, I guess. Even though they're getting the shares at $35. I guess unless they just get the shares and they sell, but why would they do that, If the stock's trading at like $40, $50 and they get paid out in shares, I guess they probably would sell, huh? But I guess that's not really a bad thing. If they want to sell, good for them. Just lowers the price for us in that case where we're already up that much, and maybe we want to buy a dip at that point because it's been trading at $40, $50 for so long. I don't know. There's so many scenarios that could play out with this. So many scenarios. I can see why I can see why the market doesn't really like it, though. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. But, if GameStop's expecting the equity to be over 130% in the next 5 to 7 years, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I mean, shit. That could be pretty awesome. We'll see. We'll see. DN Sunny, what's up, bro? think it's crazy how much is closed for Juneteenth. Yeah, I don't even know. Market's always closed for it. I guess so. I think they were closed last year for it. I don't know if it's like a new thing or not. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's an important thing. Cordell remembers that day because his ancestors lost their free employees. Jeez. That's fucked up. Nah, I just looked it up the other day because I was wondering what it was. DFE drops a YOLO with the bonds and his holdings would be an insane mic drop. I don't know about that because the bonds aren't even. You're only getting 30%. That's not even valuable. That's not deep fucking value. 130% is deep fucking value. So you would hold the equity, not the bonds. The bonds are trash. Unless you want the downside protection. That's the only reason you'd buy the bonds, is for downside protection. But you already have, potentially, you already have downside protection, so there's really no point for the bonds. And yeah, I wouldn't see, I couldn't see that. I really couldn't. Convertible notes deal is complete and that GME now has the cash. Yeah. But doesn't really matter. Doesn't really do much. Make a little bit of money on interest. We'll see how much it actually matters. We'll see. Isn't that interesting how one little math equation can change your view? At least for me. I know a lot of you guys probably don't feel the same way, but one little math equation, like, oh, all right, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. All right. Note holders may require the company to repurchase their notes on December 15th, 2028 at a cash repurchase price equal to 100% of the principal amount of the notes to be repurchased, plus accrued and unpaid special interest, if any, to, but excluding the repurchase date. In addition, if the company undergoes a fundamental change, then subject to certain conditions, and except as set forth in the indenture, holders may require the company to repurchase for cash all or any portion of their notes at a fundamental change, repurchase price equal to 100% of the principal amount of the notes to be repurchased, plus accrued and unpaid special interest, if any, to, but excluding the fundamental change repurchase date. And in this scenario, they'll have to pay the note holders back in 100%, it seems like. The company undergoes a fundamental change, subject to certain conditions as set forth in the indenture. Holders may require the company to repurchase for cash all or any portion of their notes. Fundamental change repurchase price. Well, you'd have to read the indenture to figure out what's going on that one. I don't think this is in the first one. I don't remember. I really don't remember. The indenture includes customary terms and covenants and set forth certain events of default, after which the notes may be declared immediately due and payable, as set forth certain types of bankruptcy and insolvency events of default involving the company or any of its significant subsidiaries, after which the notes become automatically due and payable. The following events are considered events of default under the indenture. Default in any payment of special interest on any note, when due and payable and the default continues for a period of 30 days. Default in payment of principal on any notes when due and payable at its state of maturity, upon an optional redemption, upon any required repurchase, upon declaration of acceleration or otherwise. Failure by the company to comply with its obligation to convert the notes in accordance with the indenture upon the exercise of a holder's conversion right, and such failure continues for 3 business days. Failure by the company to give a notice of fundamental change or make whole fundamental change In either case, when due and such failure continues for 4 business days, or notice of certain specified corporate transactions or events when due and such failure continues for 1 business day. Failure by the company to comply with its obligation in respect for any consolidation, merger, or sale of asset. Failure by the company for 60 days after written notice for the trustee or the holders of at least 25% of principal amount of the notes then outstanding has been received to comply with any of the company's other agreements contained in the notes or indenture. Default by the company or any of its significant subsidiaries with respect to any mortgage, agreement, or other instrument under which there may be outstanding, or by which there may be secured or evidenced any indebtedness for money borrowed with a principal amount in excess with 100 million in aggregate for the company and or such significant subsidiary, whether such indebtedness now exists or shall hereafter be created, resulting in such indebtedness becoming or being declared due and payable prior to its maturity date, or constituting a failure to pay the principal of any such debt when due and payable. At its state of maturity, upon required repurchase, upon declaration of acceleration, or otherwise, and in cases of clauses, and such acceleration shall not have been resigned or annulled, or such failure to pay or default shall not have been cured or waived, or such indebtedness is not paid or discharged, as the case may be, then 60 days after the written notice of such failure to the company by the trustee or to the company and the trustee by holders of at least 25% of the aggregate principal amount of the notes then outstanding in accordance with the indenture, and certain events of bankruptcy, insolvency, or reorganization with respect to the company or any significant subsidiaries. If certain bankruptcy and insolvency related events of default occur with respect to the company or any of its significant subsidiaries, the principal of an accrued and unpaid special interest, if any, on all of then outstanding notes shall automatically be due and payable. If an event of default other than certain bankruptcy and insolvency related events of default with respect to the company or any of its significant subsidiaries occurs and is continuing, the trustee by notice of the company or the holders of at least 25% in principal amount of the outstanding notes, by notice to the company and the trustee, may, and the trustee at the request of such holders, shall declare 100% of the principal amount and accrued and unpaid special interest, if any, on all of the outstanding notes, to be due and payable. Notwithstanding the foregoing, an indenture provides that to the extent of the company's elects, the sole remedy for an event of default relating to certain failures by the company to comply with certain reporting covenants in the indenture will, for the first 365 days after the occurrence of such event of default, consist exclusively of the rights of holders to receive special interest on the notes. The indenture provides the company shall not consolidate with or merge with or into or sell, convey, transfer, or lease all or substantially all of the consolidated properties and assets of the company and its subsidiaries taken as a whole to another person other than any such sale of conveyance, transfer, or lease to one or more of the company's direct or indirect wholly owned subsidiaries, unless 1. The resulting, surviving, or transferee person, if not the company, is a qualified successor entity, as defined in the indenture. Such qualified successor entity, the successor entity organized and existing under the laws of the United States of America, any state thereof, or the District of Columbia, and such successor entity, if not the company, expressly assumes by supplemental indenture of all of the company's obligations under the notes and the indenture, and 2, immediately after giving effect to such transaction, no default or event of default has occurred and is continuing under the indenture. A copy of the indenture of the Forum Global Notes are filed as Exhibit 4.1, 4.2, respectively the current blah blah blah. Alright. Okay, so they didn't get the extra 450 million. So net proceeds from the offering were $2.23 billion after deducting the initial purchaser's discount and commission and the estimated offering expenses payable by the company. The company intends to use the net proceeds from the offering for general corporate purposes, including making investments in a manner consistent with the company's investment policy and potential acquisitions. Creation of a direct financial obligation or an obligation under the off-balance, under 1.01, current report, 1.01. The company offered and sold the notes to the initial purchaser in reliance of the exemptions from registration provided by Section 4A2 in the Securities Act 1933. Institutional, and for the resale by initial purchasers to persons reasonably believed to be qualified institutional buyers pursuant to the exemption from registration provided by Rule 144A. The company relied on these exemptions between company. Okay. To the extent that any shares of common stock are issued upon conversion of the notes, they will be issued in transactions anticipated to be exempt from the registration under the Securities Act by virtue of Section 3A9 thereof, because no commission or other remuneration, I don't know how to say that word, is expected to be paid in connection with conversion of the notes, and any issuance of shares of common stock, initially a maximum of 101,625,975 shares of common stock, or 121,951,170 shares of common stock, if the initial purchaser exercises its option to purchase up to an additional 450 million. Okay, so they can still purchase the extra. Okay, it's not quite closed. May be issued upon the conversion of the notes based on the initial maximum conversion rate of $45. Oh, that's even higher than 34. Okay. Oh, that's the gotcha. I see. That makes sense. Do you think they'll buy more Bitcoin? I don't know. Go into the pet rock business. Seems like you really love GME. GME's chill. I only heard a small part of you reading convertible note. Could you do a short explanation? Is it free money or a little more complex? It's a little more complex. Conversion price is $34, so they have to pay back $34 in shares, and the maximum conversion price is 45, so potentially they might have to pay up to $45 in shares. So yeah, I don't really know. Either way, I don't think it really matters. Like, honestly, they could just buy back shares. Like, they could just buy back shares, and then, like, it really doesn't even matter at that point, I don't think. But who knows what they're gonna do, man. Who knows what... It doesn't seem like it's free money, though. The more I look into it, and the more I run the numbers, even though I only ran the numbers once, it seems like it's not quite free, but it's still cheap money in a short term, you know. A lot of companies issue these bonds, and they have to pay interest on top of what the conversion price is. So he likes men. What's up, Gage? You fucking queer. God, look at this fucking weirdo in my chat, bro. This guy, this fucking weirdo, bro. Someone just call this kid, like, I don't know, just call him a weirdo. I don't even know. You distracted me, you fucker. I forgot what I was talking about. You bastard, bro. Whatever. We'll see. But, oh yeah. A lot of companies raise these bonds with interest. So, they're paying even more than what GameStop would be paying to get this money. So, either way, it's a good move, I guess. We'll see. That makes me think they're not going to raise too much money then. I think they're just trying to get the cash up to what the market cap is right now. That makes me, that makes me think they're not going to do what I initially thought and raise like hundreds of billions of dollars. So I think, maybe they'll do one more. Maybe they'll do one more bond. This could be it though, honestly. This could be the final one. Because at this point, they're making 300 million off of interest. All right, 315 million, I think. Yeah, 315 million off of interest. The business is about to make 300 million, so that's going to be 600 million profit just this year. So you're almost going to be going into next year with $10 billion in cash. And the market cap is currently 10 billion, 10.36. So at like 22.5 or 22, the market cap is 10 billion. So yeah, it's interesting, man. It's interesting. The bunny video said, why would he need 2 of those? So yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Makes me think there will only be 2 ever. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good little tinfoil point, but I mean, it would make sense not to raise any more money, honestly. You're already there. Like, if the theory is correct and the price of the stock can't, or the market cap can't go below the cash, I mean, you're already there. So the downside's already protected. So it's whatever, I guess. It seems like you can't lose at this point, but we'll see. We'll see if they raise more money. I mean, if they don't, everyone's going to sell in the 30s this next time and it's going to keep going up. Oh, I can't wait for that. That's going to be funny. That's going to be funny. That's going to be funny. There's going to be a lot of sad paper hands. There's going to be a lot of soggy paper hands. Free money seemed too good to be true. I mean, it's still essentially free money, but getting a bond on 0% is insane. He's your bud. Whoops. Yeah, that's my cousin. He's funny. He's a funny guy. A funny guy. Play works well if bonds are converted by 29. Otherwise, GME took out a fancy loan and shat on us holders, from what I gather. Not really. You're still going to raise a lot of money in the short term, and it's going to be very positive for the balance sheet, so. But also, I think he's kind of trying to delay the squeeze in a lot of, like, if the squeeze is going to happen, he's delaying it in a lot of ways, and potentially increasing it because people shorting at 30 because of these bonds, potentially going to be even greater. The upside. Remember, their next quarter should be crazy. That doesn't matter, though. Tell that to the people. Tell that to the 80% of people who thought the stock was going to go up last time when it was at $35 and they had the best earnings they've ever had. Yeah, say that. Tell that to them. Like, the earnings doesn't matter. Who cares about the earnings? That doesn't do anything for the stock price. Long term, it should, but I wanted to start swing trading. It might not work anymore. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? The only reason you want to start swing trading is because you didn't take profits. It's the only reason, You saw a lot of profits go to 0. So, that's the only reason you want to start trading it now. But, so. I don't know. That's why I won't swing trade it. It's eventually going to happen. I'm going to vote down for that one as well. I don't know what you mean by that. Hold 0 expectations for earnings, otherwise you'll be clapped. Be careful, bro. I mean, you can have high expectations for earnings, but don't have expectations for the stock price. The earnings and the stock price don't matter. And I said that even before the earnings, and then look what happened. So, like, I know what I'm talking about. I know everyone was talking shit and probably just thought I was crazy, but the earnings have nothing to do with the stock price. And I think I don't remember what earnings was, but I think the stock price did go up on earnings. It's just, it went up and then immediately dropped the next day, if I remember correctly. But I really don't remember correctly. I just see where we're at now, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, if this doesn't show you that earnings doesn't matter, then I don't know what will. Vote down on the next earnings poll. Oh, gotcha. You guys didn't vote down. I mean, I don't think really anyone did. 80% of people thought it was going to go up. 80%. And you guys, and everyone thought the people who said it was going to go down were stupid. And that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Never underestimate your competition, I guess. Even if it's only 20%. It's like that movie 300 or whatever. The shorts are literally the movie 300 right now. Why does Michael Jordan it just that emote looks funny, bro. I think it's too small. What's up, Isaiah? Where's that 1.01? Shit is long. Wait, I can just do this. Is this it? Is this what we're looking for? Yeah, I think this is gonna be an important part to read potentially. For Hispanic attacks, jeez. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. That's a good joke. All right. So I think this is gonna be. Oh wait, this is 11.01. That's not. I really don't want to read all of this. This shit's insane. I don't think I read the last one. Or maybe I did. I really don't remember. You just read so many things these days. Just forget what I'm even reading. Just forget what life even is. I just like wake up and I'm like, oh, it's just another day. Oh man. Oh, I see all the equations you're talking about now. All the different scenarios. If the stock price is between two stock prices in the table. If this, even saying this is ridiculous. If the stock price is greater than $120 per share, no additional shares shall be added to the conversion rate. Like, what? If the stock price is less than 21.82 per share, no additional shares shall be added to the conversion rate. No way. So 21.8 is the downside potentially. That's crazy. That's crazy to even have that in here. $120 per share. Like, what? Like, huh? Notwithstanding the foregoing, in no event shall the conversion rate per 1,000 principal amount of notes exceed $45. Adjustment of conversion rate. The conversion rate shall be adjusted from time to time by the company if any of the following events occurs, except the company shall not make any adjustments to the conversion rate if the holders of the notes participate, a share split or a share combination, or a tender or exchange offer at the same time and upon the same terms as the holders of the common stock, and solely as a result of holding the notes in any of the transactions described in section 1404, without having to convert their notes, as if they held a number of shares of common stock equal to the conversion rate, multiplied by the principal amount in the thousands of notes held by such holder. If the company exclusively issues shares of common stock as a dividend or distribution on shares of common stock, or if the company effects a share split or share combination, the conversion rate shall be adjusted based on the following formula. CR1, okay. I'm not gonna plug in these math formulas. I'm not Walter White over here. This is what I look like, Walter White, bro. You think I'm cooking those blues, bro? You think I can do this math? I mean, it's actually not that hard, but it's just whatever OS is divided by OS 0, or OS 1 divided by OS 0. All right. These are just like certain scenarios if they issue shares or dividends or something like that. It's kind of cool that they give you all this stuff. They have a lot of fucking info on this, man. I'm just skimming. I don't want to read this. I don't care enough to read it at this point. At this point, it's just a waiting game. Good lord. At any time, or 2.7 if the initial, now shall not bear regular interest. I mean, in the worst case scenario, I think it's still chill because there's no interest. You know, worst case scenario, GameStop just holds on to the cash and then, um, you know, the stock trades at $20 in the next 5-7 years, and they just pay the bond, or they just pay the people back, and you wasted 5-7 years. Whatever. I've wasted more time than that. Definitely. So we'll see what happens. It's looking good though. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Let's see. You don't even Pokemon. I think I fell asleep. Fast forward me to 2030? Nah. What's a... I don't know. It's all about the story, my friend. The ending is... Who cares about the ending? The journey is all that matters. The ending is gonna be boring as fuck. You're just gonna be rich and do nothing for the rest of your life? Like that's what you're looking forward to? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The journey is for me the journey is what matters. The ending's gonna be boring as hell. Maybe you guys will have fun with it, but I'm gonna be doing the same shit. $120 a baby number. I guess. I don't know about that. It's only about a 50 billion market cap, so I don't know. I don't know if I don't really agree with that. That's gonna be amazing. Well, if it happens. Did he say tender? Tender. Grinds up common Pokemon cards and cheese, okay. Paldea chest? What the hell's a Paldea chest? Like Paldea Evolved or Paldea Fates? Never heard of it. Paldea Adventure Chest. There was a black and white pre-order bundles on here yesterday. I was gonna get one, but I decided against it. They made it way too easy to get one, so I kindly backed out. And I also I don't know if I really even I don't know if I want too much more Pokemon. I've never seen this thing though. It's kind of cool. I'm the danger. Get shot and you think of me. I'm confused. Why aren't ads running? Because you guys complained about ads yesterday. That's why ads aren't running. What do you mean? You were literally complaining about ads yesterday. You and Kristen. I can't handle these ads. Oh, Matt Romano, I love you, bro. That shit's funny as fuck. Wasn't here yesterday. Oh, someone was. I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Monday then. I can't remember. Maybe it was just Kristen. Someone was complaining about the ads with Kristen. I don't remember who it was. Or maybe it was on Monday. I don't fucking know, dude. The days just blend together. You think I even know what day it is today? I don't even know what day it is today. Literally, the days just blend, bro. Like, I don't even know if I'm a real human anymore. I might just be like an AI, bro. Like, I might just, like, literally be, like, in the mainframe. I'm, like, in the mainframe, bro. And I don't even know what's going on. Oh, man, I don't even know what's going on right now. Oh, man, I'm so high right now. But hopefully the 50 people enjoy no ads, because I guess I'm not turning them on. And also, there's probably not even that many. Who knows if there's really... Dude, I hate this keyboard, bro. I can't type on this thing. I can't type on this thing. Yeah, see, the views are hella low, but we just have more people that... Maybe... We just have more people interested in the stream, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. My kind of analysis is, hey, Grok, summarize this for me in 10 words. Well, I hate AI, so... And, I don't know. That's good for you, bro. I think AI is fucking stupid. I'd rather just read it myself. I absolutely hate AI. I think AI is just a lazy way to do things. So I hate AI. Sit and wait patiently a few weeks. I did my waiting 12 years of it in Azkaban. The friends we make along the way. $20 at Target. They sell for 40. Nice. Pokemon Soda Pop. Are you pumped for Juneteenth? I don't like when the market's closed, so not really. She hates ads so much, I don't know why. I mean, I hate ads too, but I don't know why. I don't know. Realistically, you don't even make that much, so it doesn't even really matter. Like, if I ran ads, you know, I'd probably make, I don't know, maybe like an extra $100 a month, which doesn't really do much for me. Like, what is it? I don't know. That just sucks. That just kind of sucks. It's just not a lot. You just can't do a lot with $100. You can go blow that literally in like a second. So I just I don't know. If the viewing experience is better without ads, then whatever. It's no big deal for me. I'll take the $100 loss. I've definitely lost more. Still months away. We're all simulated. Maybe I did, but it was all jokes. Gotcha. I got YouTube Premium, run them things. Nah, it's fine. It's all good. Pro ads. It's only really worth it sometimes. I wish they should just make a feature where if you have a membership, or you can make it like a thing, where if someone has a membership, it doesn't play ads for them. I don't know why they don't do that, but I guess I also know why they do that. The more money, more money, more money. YouTube wants to rake, or Google, I guess I should say, wants to rake in all the cash, every penny they can. Every single penny. They don't give a fuck. They'll take every penny from you. Every single penny. Until you have no more pennies. That's the Google way. The Google way. And it's pretty interesting to have like over 40 people in here with the views being so low. It's very weird. It's a new thing, for sure. Very new thing. The little stream's growing. The little stream is growing, and I'm sure there's not that many people streaming about GameStop at this point because they all got absolutely clapped. So, and the people who do stream about GameStop only stream when it's hyped. So, and today's definitely not a hyped day. It's actually probably one of the slowest days we've had in the stream in a while, honestly. Straight up. Probably the slowest day we've had in the past, like, 2 or 3 weeks. Hey, you're breaking out. That's cool. There's really no volume, but nice little breakout. Stop out some short-term trading shorts. The trade still never played out. I thought that was interesting. It never hit 22.69. It's kind of crazy. So it's kind of starting to play out how, or you know, the reason why I took off that sell in the first place is because I have this feeling that there's a lot of people in this like trading mindset now after that drop, and they think they're gonna, you know, sell and buy the dip and then sell and then buy the dip, and I just gotta, I don't know, I got a weird feeling that it's gonna kind of do that, but it's not gonna be, it's gonna be a lot smaller of a range than what people think, most likely. We'll see though. We'll see if we even push above to 24. We will see. But I figure if I just don't sell on the way up like I did, or I don't even think I really sold that much on the way up last time, I'll have more shares to sell in the 30s. So that's kind of the what we're doing here, I guess. And then if it drops, you know, buy more. Or maybe we'll buy more on the way up if it's looking decent. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I don't know. There's really no difference to me buying it at like 22 or 25 or even 30. Like, to me, it's kind of all the same. But we will see. We will see what happens. I know there's a lot of people out there that were like really scared to buy at the 30s for some reason, which I guess it worked out for you if you didn't. Definitely worked out for you, but I still just don't I thought it was a good deal at the 30s, so I don't know. It's just a little weird. It's a little weird seeing that mindset, and I'm like over here like, oh, I don't know. Like I bought it in the 30s, like I don't give a shit. Say I won't. Say I won't. So what's in the world? What's new in the world? Just Iran, Israel. I think that's the main focus right now. Federal Reserve interest rate decision, which probably won't change. I honestly forgot that was even the thing today. That's probably why there's so many people here. They're looking for Powell. They're looking for Powell. I forgot about Mr. Powell. That's why there were so many people in here for a minute. But is he live right now? I don't think Powell's live yet. Mr. Powell. Is he live? Oh no, he's just Trump's just talking shit on Powell. Don't be talking shit on Powell, Trump. Those are fighting words, bro. Don't you dare talk about Powell. Don't you dare talk about Powell. You throwing shade on my boy, dude? Let's see what he's even talking about.
What's holding that up and like you see that being resolved?
I hope so. It's a good.
This shit's really
great.
quiet.
They'll do a great job with it, but
why does he look stoned? Is that AI, bro? Is this Donald in AI, bro? Like, his eyes are so fucking... He's got fucking slants for eyes, bro. What the hell? How can he even see, bro? He's like... Dude. He's probably tired, bro. I bet he's cooked. I bet he's so cooked, bro. I couldn't even imagine doing that job. I'd be so dead. I'd be absolutely dead. Nah, Trump doesn't do drugs, bro. Maybe he does, but I doubt it. Really doubt it. How come I can't find a live stream for Powell? There should just be like one buffering. Oh, wait. What is going on? I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Damn keyboard. Yeah, I hate this keyboard, dude. I need to get another one. I need to get another metal keyboard. Or just one with better keys. Like, I can still type on this shit, of course. You know, I'm good at typing, but it's still annoying. GameStop going up a little bit. Just a little bit. Give a little bit of your time to GameStop. Give a little bit. Trump's look washed these days. I don't watch him, so I don't even know. Trying to match the white hat aura. I'm on fumes. Yeah, I don't know. Don't talk about the president being on drugs, bro. Like, don't even bring drugs to this chat. Like, if you guys want to talk about drugs, there's other places to talk about drugs. I was just joking. It's like, you don't need it's not that serious. It's not that serious. Now I know. I just won't bring it up ever again. I just won't ever say anything about someone being stoned ever again. Because for some reason, you make a joke like that, everyone has to make a joke like that. I don't know. So, yeah. No drug talk in the chat. And I'll never say anything about that ever again. I didn't know it was that big of a thing. Yeah, but I don't care. I don't care where drugs have been and who's doing them. Like, who gives a shit? Like, straight up. That's like, I was literally just joking. Like, I don't know. it's just not a, I don't know. It's just not a conversation to be had. It's not even a topic I want even brought up in here. I don't even know why I said it. It was a mistake on my part. Mistake on my part. I'd rather literally sit here in silence and talk about nothing than talk about drugs. And that's where I'll leave that. That's where I'll leave that. And we'll find something else. You know, I was thinking of something the other day, how about the kick chat. And I just I remember looking over at the kick chat and seeing like real life conversations, like real life, a lot of weird things too, a lot of weird things. But I saw like real life conversations, someone bringing up what they're doing in their real life and people conversating. How come that doesn't happen here? How come that only happened at the kick chat? Doesn't really make sense. It's a little weird. How come nobody talks about anything like real life or anything in the, like, just I just don't get it. Nobody talks about real life over here. How come the kick chat inspired that? It's not allowed, I thought. No cap. I never said that. I just told you guys not to talk about weird stuff. But talking about your real life, I mean, unless something weird in your real life happened, like, well, that's hilarious, but I really doubt your real life is as weird as the way a lot of people talk. So, you know, like, why would that be banned? Because you don't read it? That's fair. That's fair. But still, like, I don't know. The chat's there. It's there forever. So it's no different from here. It's really no different from here. Everyone who was in that kick chat is here right now. Well, maybe. I don't know if I don't know exactly who's all here. But I'm just curious why that doesn't happen here. It's just something I thought about. I'm like, I never see that in my YouTube chat. I never see people talking about their real life and what they're doing and how they're doing and blah blah blah, whatever the hell is going on. I rarely ever see that in this chat. So it's just I don't know, it's just weird to see it in the kick chat. And then I didn't really think about it at the time, but I don't know. I always think about things. I'm weird. I'm weird, bro. I overanalyze everything. Altoids and Tic Tacs. I love Tic Tacs. They're delicious. Altoids, not so much. Well, they're basically the same thing, but I couldn't even tell you the last time I had a fucking Altoid, bro. Like junior high. Fucking Altoids, bro. Things got weird and then more personal. Good question. No idea how it happened. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really think about it at the time, but I just thought about it randomly. I think it's more Kristen though. I think Kristen tries to like push for more like personal connections, I guess. So maybe it was more her that got that to happen. what got weird is why I'm lost. Oh, I saw some weird stuff in that chat. I couldn't tell you exactly because obviously I just kind of ignored it, but I definitely saw some weird stuff. What's up, Rickson? Nick Sutera, what's up, bro? You coming to get timed out again? You coming to troll? Coming to troll and get timed out again? Welcome, bro. Welcome. I got my claps ready for you. I got my claps ready for you, buddy. Doing anything gay for Pride Month? Fuck yeah, bro. I'm gonna get gay as hell. I'm gonna get gay as hell. None of you want to know about my IRL max pain? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Maybe we do. Maybe you need to talk about it. Who knows? I talk about my real life every day. Well, not every day, but you guys, a lot of the people who've been here for a while, you guys know a lot about me. Probably more than most people. You guys know a lot of stories and a lot of things that a lot of people probably don't know. So I don't know. I don't know a lot about you guys. I know some like certain small details, but I don't even know who you people are for a lot of you guys. And you know, that's also my fault for not like having social media and stuff, but there's a good reason for that. It's what we talked about yesterday. For the non-member, I saw your title and was interested in the federal rates I got banned for talking about yesterday. Yeah, because you said they're gonna cut a full percentage point, and that's not even realistic. So you're just fucking trolling, or you're like, yeah. So quit trolling. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't act like you know what you're talking about. All right. Trump has nothing to do with the Federal Reserve. I don't care what Trump says. Has literally nothing to do with the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is a independent entity. Has nothing to do with the government. Has nothing to do with anything. So there you go. Did it hit 23? Bro, if this trade plays out again, that is so funny. I feel like it's I don't know. There's just not that much volume, so who knows how much it's gonna actually climb. Here while working, listening, someone talk about themselves. Lol. Actually happy about the low volume. I've been pretty open daily. Yeah, I mean, I still don't, like, I don't know. I guess it's just, different. It was just something I noticed. Because I know you're pretty open, but I just feel like, I don't know. I guess it just depends on the day. I just feel like there's not a lot of, conversation in the chat. And maybe it's just because you guys are all busy, so you just listen and type when you can. And, you know, but I just, I don't see that much, like, back and forth conversation in the chat often. I guess is just the point I was trying to make. And maybe it is more often than I think, and maybe I'm just not paying attention, but it just doesn't, like, I don't know. Just something I noticed, whether it's real or not, who knows. It's the only reason I said it. I understand that. I was just saying what he asked for Jerome Powell doesn't mean Jerome will ever do it. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that, because, you know, yesterday you made it seem like, you know, that's what they're gonna do, and I'm just like, bro, that's not how the Federal Reserve works, you know. In my mind, when I see something like that, like a full percentage point, I'm like, are you okay? like I'm not, you know, I'm like, what? Like, I don't care what Trump says. Like, are you even in reality at that point? A full percentage point? That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. The wintergreen Altoids are fire. I like the wintergreen Tic Tacs too. Orange Tic Tacs are the best, but it's not for your breath. That shit's straight candy. I couldn't tell you my favorite ones. I don't know. I kind of like wintergreen too, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I don't really like the flavor of mint, I'll be honest. Like, you know, if I want mint flavor, I'll brush my teeth. Like, I don't know why people like mint candy. I don't really understand that. Volume has almost doubled since 12 p.m. run up. It's still pretty low though. Rate cut won't make people's debt go away. It's more of an affordability crisis in housing. Lenders selling houses at 9-year lows to keep their supply moving. Yep. And, I mean, it's going to take a long time for the mortgage rates to even catch up when they do start cutting rates because there's so much demand for mortgages. Every time it gets below 6%, it just immediately goes back to 6%. There's just so much demand, bro. It's crazy. Everyone wants a mortgage right now. At least that's what it seems like. Just keep things moving in the right trajectory. Amen. AFK at work, trolling in chat. Oh, you're good, bro. You're good. I don't really feel like you're trolling that much. GME turned into the ultimate long-term play. I think so. I think it's gonna outperform the SPY over time. You know, I don't really know what the end game for GameStop is. You know, I don't know if it's gonna end in a squeeze and we end up selling at a really crazy percentage, or it's just gonna keep going up over time, or a mix of both. Like, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. There's so many routes. So many routes. Can you say kick is more or less restricted? Nah, kick, you can literally do whatever you want on kick, bro. Basically. I mean, you can't, there's no, like, you know, there's no, like, straight up naked people on kick or anything like that, but you can almost do whatever you want on there. As long as it's not, like, criminal or, you know, disgusting. I'm hoping for a full point, though, because I plan on buying a house soon. I want them to get rid of Jerome Powell, to be honest. Well, Jerome Powell's the best Federal Reserve chair they've ever had, so I don't know why. I don't know why you'd want them to get rid of Jerome Powell. He literally is the most gangster Federal Reserve chair ever. And like I said, even if they cut a full point, mortgage rates, it's going to take years, bro. Like, if you think they're going to cut rates and you're magically going to get a mortgage at a lower interest rate, ha, yeah, right. It's going to take a long time, bro. Economics is slow as fuck. So, you better just get used to waiting. Bank rate isn't the mortgage rate. Yep. Hedge funds have Jerome in their pocket. No, they don't, bro. No, they don't. Nick Sutera, don't even start, bro. Don't even start with your fucking tinfoil, bro. If you're not posting, you have no proof of that. You're just saying some stupid thing you read on Reddit or something. Like, don't even fucking start, bro. Talk about facts, and that's it. Talk about facts. That's it. Don't even talk about anything. If it's not a fact, don't even say it. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Take your tinfoil hat off, bro. What's up, Varley? What's up, bro? What's up, Varley? How you doing, my friend? The fresh mint chip gelato that we make is fire. I just don't like mint, bro. I don't like mint. What was that video clip release about GME one? I don't know what you're referring to, Ruben. When is the interest rate decision? Should be in like 24 minutes, I think. I haven't actually looked at the calendar. No, my shit is fucked. I don't even know. My shit is messed right now. It's gotta be in like 20 minutes. And then they should have a live thing, but I can't find it. Maybe we'll just have to watch Josh. Just kidding. I wonder why I can't find the stream though. Usually they have one scheduled. Let's see. You're right about the story. I think this is one of the greatest stories in my lifetime. I can't wait for the second movie and DFV's auto bio about what the fuck happened between 21 20XX. Auto bio. That'd be interesting. I hope he comes back and starts making videos one day when it's all said and done. I would love to. You know how sick it would be to collaborate with Kitty, bro? Get Kitty on the stream? You know how fucking sick that would be, bro? Took a business over 7 years ago and have really improved on it. Got trained by a lady that owned multiple gelato joints in Italy. Really? You took a business course for this. Interesting. Interesting. We have a lot of fun. So why does Trump want Jerome out? There's obvious reasons. For you people like you to click on that headline and to listen to Trump for a while. That's why he talks about Jerome Powell, because Jerome Powell gets clicks, Trump gets clicks. So Trump talks about Jerome Powell, it gets clicks. It's very simple. It's how news media works. It's just for you to view and change your perception on the world instead of seeing reality. It's literally what we talked about yesterday, but you probably weren't here because I clapped you. So stop consuming nonsense that makes you think thoughts that aren't even your thoughts. And I also don't care what Trump says. Trump has no value in my world. He might have value in your world, but not in my world. I don't give a shit what Trump says. I don't care about. He's a crypto scammer, bro. He literally did a crypto scam. You think I care about what Trump has to say? He's literally a crypto scammer. So fuck that guy. I don't care if he's the president. I don't give a shit who he is. He's a fucking crypto scammer. So fuck him. Anything he says is irrelevant. I don't even care. Until there's never mind. I'll just leave it at that. I just don't care what a crypto scammer has to say. I don't care whether he's the president or not. Still a crypto scammer. Either love mint or not. Seems like there's no in between. Yeah. I can't do the mint. I can't do the mint. J Powell talks 2 p.m. Yeah, the interest rate should, or the decision comes out before the talk though. Usually 30 minutes before the talk. To get slow in the winter. Slow in the winter, reselling business, courier business stays busy. We do sell pints of gelato to some small stores to sell as well. So we still make a little bit of cash. Why don't you do like coffee or something in the winter? Like if you have spare time. I don't know. Just an idea. Always thought Kitty will ultimately come back to streaming. He really does enjoy it. Needs the dust to settle. That would be sick. That would be dope. It would just be streamception. It would be streamception. Sorry, I listen and take notice to what my president says. Has anything he said came to fruition? I don't know. I don't pay attention, so I'd be open to selling at bigger stores. We have to dumb down our product and not make it with the ingredients that we do now. I want to keep growing it, and eventually I'd be open to selling it, or just working through retirement doing it. Interesting. Is there value in trying to scale? Was it free money for anyone who knows about meme coins? Because I made 5K off 200 bucks. Okay, good for you. You're a 1% person. Congratulations. Everyone else lost money. It's a weird thing to say. I don't know. Seems weird. Like, good job. I don't know. It was definitely a crypto scam. It's pretty obvious. Pump and dump, whatever you want to call it. If you made money on it, congrats. I don't know. People make money on pump and dumps all the time, but more people lose money. That's why it happens. So just because, I mean, you made money, be happy about it, but doesn't make it, I don't know. That's just good for you. That's all I'm saying. Good for you. Still a crypto scam. Still a pump and dump. Not gonna lie, I love when the cold weather comes. I have free time. That's fair. That's fair. You think a viral video could be a catalyst to scaling your brand? Have you ever tried to do something like that? Just saying it seemed like free money to me. How come you didn't put more in then and make 100,000? Was it free money, or did you just get lucky? And now you think it's free money because you got lucky. If it was free money, you would have put every dollar you had in, and you would have made as much money as possible. So was it free money, or did you just get lucky? Because 200 was all I had. Well, but if it was free money, you would have went and got you would have done everything you could to bet on that. So it wasn't free. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to say it like good job, you made money, but if it was free money, you would have sold everything you fucking had and went all in on it and made way more. But free money doesn't exist. It's not real. You gambled and got lucky. People, it happens all the time. But I guarantee a majority of people lost money on that. And probably still continue to lose money on it to this day. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't like that. I don't like that I don't like that mindset of, you know, you make money on a trade or whatever and you think like I don't like that mindset. Maybe it was free money, but I just don't like that mindset personally. Maybe Pride Month isn't eating a banger gelato. Why not sponsor the Pride Fest? Oh yeah, facts. Facts, bro. You need to rainbow up your truck. What are you doing, bro? Our truck would go viral, Corey. If you want to Google hello ice cream truck, the truck will pop up. It's a 1965 International Metro. Hello ice cream truck. Oh shit, bro. Oh no, that's not you. This guy, probably. HelloIceCream.com. Is this you? Is this you, my friend? Sobretto. What the hell's sobretto? Oh, sorbet. Sorbet, that's what it is. Duh. Sorbet. That's a piece of art, not a truck. It's a pretty badass truck. Gamestop. Selling covered call 25 strike for this Friday is free money. Say I won't. You do whatever you want, buddy. I don't think anyone cares what you do with your money. I'll be honest. Don't think anyone cares. Let's see. Italian mafia. I've had offers of over 50K for the truck alone, literally. Damn. That's sick. Make you sleep with the fishes if you sell CCs. How come you don't make, like, content around this thing, bro? How come you don't have a YouTube channel, like, strictly for this fucking truck? Like, why don't you do you do content? I mean, it says you have a Facebook and a Twitter, but I don't like Facebook or Twitter. You haven't even posted on Twitter, bruh. You haven't even posted on here. Unless I need to be logged in, but... Oh, I lost my spot. Facebook! July... You haven't even posted on Facebook in a year, bro. What the fuck you doing, bro? What the fuck you doing? I'm just kidding. But, like, seriously. Like, seriously, dude. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing, dude? You could be streaming while you're fucking working, bro. You don't even have to make videos. You could literally just stream while you work. People do that shit all the time. And you're going to, like, all these cool events and shit. Like, people would fucking love that, bro. People would fucking love that shit. You could do the streaming or make the videos. Like, the videos would be dope. But streaming would be dope, too. You could do so much with that thing. That's so badass. That is so badass. Matt Romano, you can block him. All you do is click the 3 dots next to his name, I believe. And there should be a way to block him. I don't know. Just if that helps. If that helps. I don't know how to do it, but I know you can. Ain't never seen a truck like that. Probably won't again. Do the truck have a turbo? 69 people in here by 2 p.m. Fair. Making his bag and chilling, collecting Pokemon. That's in the works. I'm hiring a person to do more of my courier business, and I'm gonna move to social media. I mean, just start streaming, bro. Just start streaming. Or posting shorts. Like, I don't know. Social media is actually, I mean, unless you're doing like full on, full scale videos, like social media is easy, bro. Make a little short real quick. Takes literally like 5 minutes. You could stream. You know, that takes no skill at all. You just gotta have the setup, which you could probably get internet for that thing pretty easily, I would imagine. But yeah, the only reason like videos or content takes so long is because people try to make their videos like so crazy, but in reality, like someone would watch you literally just make fucking gelato in that truck, you know? And then people would watch you just walk around and go visit the other trucks and the other booths, and like you have so much opportunity in front of your face, and it's so easy. Like you don't have to make this like fancy edit that takes fucking hours, bro. Like you can literally just talk to people, talk to the camera, talk about your business. Like it's so easy, bro. It's so easy. There's you can make it complicated, but that's not, for uh, it you don't really have any social media presence as of now. So the best thing you can do is literally just post what you can. Like that's going to be the best thing, but from my perspective, people are going to be interested in just that truck alone. Just that truck alone is very interesting, let alone everything that's going on outside of the truck whenever you take it out anywhere. The people's reactions, like, man, bro, you just gotta see it, bro. You just gotta see it, bro. You just gotta be able to see it. I've been making content for a long time, so like for me, I just see it and I'm like, holy shit, I don't know how the starting's gonna be, but I definitely feel like you could build a following with that for sure. It's not easy by any means, but like it just seems like the opportunity's there. It's definitely there. And making content these days is so easy, bro. Like it's not even worth your time to make this like fancy 10-minute long video anymore. Like you're better off just making a short, bro. You're going to get way more views, way more exposure. And like a lot of those shorts have really good algos. A lot of those shorts have really good algos and like will suggest your videos to people around you. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I it's definitely not as difficult as you think it might be if you take a different approach rather than trying to make all these like fancy videos and stuff. I gotta go to the bathroom though. I'll be right back. Interest rate decision should be out, or I don't know when it's out. People said 2 p.m. Eastern time, so maybe in an hour, but I think it comes out in like 5 minutes. I don't know. I'm back. Back in the New York groove. I'm back. Back in the New York groove. Alright, oh yeah. And, I know I always talk about how much I hate AI, but AI is actually useful as fuck for coming up with, like, ideas for content and things to say and titles and all that stuff, because you're literally asking the algorithm, you know, what the algorithm thinks is viable in a piece of content. So, you know, you can use AI in your content creating endeavor, and it's actually, you know, probably one of the few uses for AI that I actually think it's useful for. Because sometimes it can be hard to come up with, like, ideas for videos and content and whatever, and if you can just be, like, you know, thinking about something and type it in, you know, the AI is going to spit out some content for you, and it can definitely be it can inspire ideas. So, you know, that is one good thing AI, in my opinion, is useful for, is content creation, or just like building scripts, or, you know, titles, whatever it may be. I mean, you can even do AI thumbnails, which I don't really like those, but still, AI does make content creation way easier. I was just watching the stream because I missed it yesterday. I see. That's fair. I mean, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Some people don't like certain people in the chat, and that's life. That's how it's gonna be when you have I don't know how many people here right now, but when you have 43 people here right now, you know, you're bound to not like someone, and you're bound to not like the response I have towards someone, but that's the life of that's the life of streaming, especially when your content is based around reading the chat. So I don't know. It is what it is. You know, you think I like it? You think I like that he's being annoying? Of course I don't, but I'm not gonna shut off the stream because someone in my chat's annoying, you know? I'm gonna try to attempt to change his mindset, so hopefully he can be a value of the chat, and we'll see where it goes. Who knows? I would never expect to change someone's mindset or how they think, but if by some miracle I can, and they become a valuable asset to the chat, well, God is good, bro. God is good. God is good, bro. You never know. You never know. People, it's rare, but people can surprise you. It's very rare, but people can surprise you. Sup, Caitlin? Stream turning into a river. Vendor POV be killing it. Yeah, facts. What do you guys think Jerome will do today? Yeah, interest rates are going to be the same until September. Like I said, you can literally go to this tool, Fed Rate Monitor tool, on investing.com. It's this one. And this tells you what the market thinks they're going to do. So, you know, like, you don't need news, or you don't need to think what is Jerome going to do. It's in front of your face. You just got to know where to look. Like, there's no question. I've only seen this wrong like once, maybe twice. For sure once, maybe twice. Like, this is really never wrong, so you don't really need to ask that question when the information is right there. Like, we already know what he's going to do. We already know. Ice cream podcast, a few hours. I mean, I just imagine all the people you're interacting with, bro. Like, that's just content in and of itself. Just talking to people, you know, you could get live reviews right there. What do you think of our ice cream truck? Boom. Review. Post a short. There you go. You just made a piece of content that is extremely valuable for your business, and it took like fucking 10 minutes, if that. Like, you get a live review right there in a YouTube short or TikTok, whatever it is, and those videos can get have endless potential. Like if one of your videos blows up, there you go. Your fucking gelato business is changed forever. You know, like I don't know. I don't know. The power of short content is insane, bro. It's absolutely insane. Like, that's probably what I should be doing, you know? Whenever I have, like, a topic on my mind or something happens with GameStop, I should probably just make a short real quick. And it would probably fucking crush. But, I don't know. I mean, I do have shorts that have crushed. So I'm not just speaking... I know short content crushes. And I'm sure a lot of you guys already know that too, but... Did they release the interest rate decision? No, not yet. I guess in another hour they'll be doing the interest rate decision, but I literally have shorts that have done 1.8 million views, 220,000 views, 278,000 views, 95,000, 89,000. Like, I have shorts that have gone viral, so I'm not speaking, you know, I've fucking done this shit. Like, I've posted a random video and had it blow the fuck up. Like, I've done this shit, bro. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not just talking. Like, I've lived this life. I've lived this life, bro, so I know the possibilities of it. I just don't have a business, you know? I feel like having a business would be way better, because then there's actually, you know, a name. If that video blows up, there's a name people see. People see that truck or see you, whatever it is. Like, this video is just me first, you know, POV on my fucking Suron, getting DoorDash orders. Like, nobody knows who the fuck I am. Nobody, you know, like, this doesn't matter. But it just goes to show the power of content, you know? 1.8 million views is insane. That's absolutely ridiculous. If I would have had, like, some banner or something, I don't know. Who knows? Or if I had a business to promote, like, that's a crazy... Bro, people probably pay a lot of money to get views like that. And that took no skill. I literally just chopped up a video I already made and posted a clip, and it got 1.8 million views. Like, it probably literally took me less than 5 minutes. I'm just saying, man, like, the power of shorts is crazy. Crazy. Kids eating ice cream say the darnest things. These kids say the darnest things. Bro, you can make a little empire between Pokemon and the gelato. Open up a TCG store right next to the gelato. Shit, you could sell Pokemon. You could sell your fucking basics as a little side thing, you know? 50-cent basics. Someone gets some gelato. Maybe they want a little Pokemon card. Boom. You just sell some of your basics. Get rid of that fucking bulk. Like, bro. I need to open a business. I just don't want to. But I should. I should own a business, but I don't, and I don't want one. Oh man. That shit's funny. Let's see. I'm pretty far behind in the chat, I'll be honest. People eat ice cream, gets me a few degrees cooler. Start it and allow it to grow. Yep, that's all, bro. The sooner you start, the better it's gonna be. The more you sit and delay. I mean, this is what everyone does, you know? I've seen so many people, I want to start a YouTube channel. Like, bro, people just fucking talk, bro. When it comes to making content on the internet, people just fucking talk, bro. I have never seen someone actually commit. I've never fucking seen it, bro. I've never seen someone be like, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel. I'm gonna start creating content. I've never seen a single fucking person do it, bro. So don't be another statistic. Like, if you want to do it, actually do it, bro. Don't be like everyone else, bro. Everyone else just fucking talks about it. Nobody actually does it, dude. Nobody actually does it. I've never seen anyone do it. Ice cream stream. Ice cream. AI being human is more appreciated than ever when it comes to content. Just run it when you're ready. Keep me posted. I'll tune in. Yeah, I'll peep it, bro. I'll peep your videos. Put a big blingy ice cream cone on the front of the hood. Iced out ice cream cone. Just play fucking gangster music. Like trap beat versions of ice cream, bro. Of ice cream music. Yeah, fucking subs, bro. You got the subs bumping. Holy shit. I need to open an ice cream truck, apparently. I have too many good ideas, bro. I have too many good ideas, bro. This shit's funny, dude. I mean, I'm just fucking spitting shit. I don't know if they're actually good ideas, but they're funny. They're funny ideas. It'll be enough to pay for maintenance on the van at least, yeah. I mean, I say how it can be daunting, bro. It's basically presenting himself and company to the world in a way. Gotta be a good brand ambassador. I mean, but you're making a fucking 60-second video. Like, you don't have to do anything, bro. You make the video a little engaging. Like, I don't know. I think there's too much thought that goes into these things when it's really as simple as grabbing your fucking phone, turning the camera on, talking to it. Like, it's really that simple. Or you or you film a couple clips of your truck or whatever you're doing, and then you do a voiceover of the clips. Like, it's really that simple. Like, I think people try to overcomplicate it when it's really like as simple as that. When I tell people I own a gelato ice cream truck, they're always shocked when they see the truck. Yeah, but imagine if you could show them the content you make. You know, if you didn't have the ability to show that, or instead of showing them a picture of your truck in your phone, you could show them your content. And then, you know, they would subscribe right there. Like, that's a key marketing thing that most people don't, even me. Like, I don't talk to people in real life. I don't tell people about my stream in real life. If you have the ability to talk about your content in real life, bro, that is number one marketing, bro. Number one marketing, to build a relationship with someone in real life and get them to subscribe to your channel or start watching your videos or even just keep up with what you're doing. Bro, that is so underrated. That is so underrated, bro. If I went out and like talked about my stream more to random people, I bet there would be more people here. I can almost guarantee it. But, you know, I don't talk to anyone, so. But that's a very underrated marketing aspect of social media, is being able to take real life people and show them your videos. Because you just never know, man. You just never know. You might, you know, you might show someone your videos and next thing you know, you have a fucking sponsor for your truck. Like, the opportunities on social media are endless. It's crazy. Even though, you know, yesterday I talked shit on social media all day. It's, you know, this is the creator aspect of social media. This is the valuable aspect of social media. Being a consumer and just doom scrolling, and like, for me, that's not, from my perspective, that's not the valuable aspect of social media. And it's really not valuable at all to just doom scroll and shit. Like, being a creator is number one, especially if you're a business owner. Truck looks original and legit. AI is useful for finding clientele. Look at that, I wonder why can't we make cool stuff in 25? Truck is cool as hell. Yeah. Constantly finding clientele. What do you mean by you can have AI constantly finding clientele? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that. Sounds like a cop-out, but every weekend is booked and my career business is busy as fuck, but actively looking to start a channel. I mean, it definitely is a cop-out. It literally like I said, it literally takes 5-10 minutes to make a video. I mean, you do whatever you want. You have the successful business, whatever. Like, you're already crushing it. I'm just saying, if you wanna if you want more, if you want to grow, social media is going to be a simple, easy way, and it takes literally like no effort. Auto system for my mechanic business. AI is a tool, not a substitute. Yep. Ever thought about bringing desk and chairs with you and set up at a beach? Been on the beach. I challenge you to make one short video a month highlighting your POV as a gelato vendor. At the very least, record and edit and post in the winter time when you slow. Imagine the YouTube revenue. Yeah, you could just stack the clips through the summer and then run the social media on the during the winter. And if you make enough videos, you could have shit scheduled throughout the summer. So you don't even have to worry about that. All you have to worry about is filming and getting clips and stuff, coming up with ideas. And then in the winter you can, produce. Numbers at beaches. Long run, you could spin that off and buy another local business and keep it going. We sell $5 a cup. We sold 1,000 cups at events we go to. Damn, nice. Puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, a king. Sinatra. Gme trying to break 24. Yeah, not that exciting, but Hot Ones for wings do the other side, with ice creams. I mean, Hot Ones just started as a food review channel, basically. Like, Hot Ones wasn't always Hot Ones. If you go back to Hot Ones' original videos, I'm pretty sure it's just food reviews. Like, things, you gotta build that initial audience first, and then eventually you can do whatever you want, basically. That's what I'm, So it's Snack School, Pie Butchering 101. Just random videos, man. Literally had nothing to do with Hot Ones. 10 dishes. Like, DJ Paul's barbecue wings, the first we feast in Complex. Like, I don't... DJ Khaled finger licking is the best new restaurant in America. And then eventually they started doing interviews and stuff, but, Hot Ones wasn't always just interviews. Things evolve. I'm so far behind in the chat, I'm pretty sure. I don't know where we're at. Keep talking about ice cream, it's working. Find a way to do an ice cream version of Hot Ones. You can't hate shorts forever. Oh, I can. I can definitely hate shorts forever. Can't wait to share the first one that I do with you guys. Me either. I'll be excited to see it. Wasn't trying to hijack the stream. Thanks for the spotlight, Corey. Oh, if anyone's... Bro, I'll spend all the time in the world if someone has an idea and I can even try to, like, push them towards it. I'll spend all the time because I just know how beneficial, like, if I was a business owner, that's all I would be doing, bro. I would literally just post on social media all fucking day. I would talk to, like, especially, like, your business. Like, your business is so... It just seems, from my perspective, so fucking easy to make content with your business. So, it's just what I would be doing if I had a business. My business is fucking GameStop, I guess. I just promote fucking GameStop and Ryan Cohen's dumbass. Oh, shit. Kinda do have a business. Yeah, sorta. Sort of. Cold Ones just wrote itself. Someone do it. Cold ones. I mean, Kevin Hart does cold as balls. Cold as balls. Take a pint on me, Isaiah. I can probably get my company to hire you there, though. Anyone land black and white booster bundles yesterday? Nah, I was going to, but I decided nah. I decided I'm good. They flagged me as a bot? Really? Damn, that sucks. Gelato Hustle seems nice, to be honest. Yeah. So far behind in the chat. Press place order like 20 times. Damn, that sucks. If it's mobile, stay off Wi-Fi. My wife started a knitting channel 2 months ago and she just hit 1K subs. Proud of her. Let's go. That's sick, dude. Hell yeah. So yeah, that's just like something random, bro. That's just something random. And then she can turn around and like sell the stuff she knits. Like that's so cool, bro. That is so cool. I love that. Not everyone just talks. I had to put down making content or else I'd still be doing it. Talking. Excuses. Just kidding. You have children, bro. Children are free content. But you know, if I had kids, I don't know if I'd want them on the internet. So I definitely understand that. But I'm just saying, kids are literally free content. Get some 24s on there. They'll love you in Cali. Please get the rights to Ice Cream Paint Job and just play the chorus as your jingle. What's going on with GME? Why does they pop? Because stocks go up sometimes, and then they go down, and then sometimes they go up, and then sometimes they go down. It's just how stocks work. It's never changed in the centuries stocks have been around. Like, it's same story every day. Nothing's changed. They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. Seems pretty simple to me. What's up, Kristen? How you doing? Most of my heart says hello to you, kind sir. Why only most of it? I'm confused. What happened? What did I do this time? What are we doing? What did I do this time? Spilled a whole cup of water all over the place. That was fun. Missed my computer, though. Nice. Hit that like button. Waters help computers cool down. Stacking videos is a great idea. Can use AI to call customers back, leave messages, book appointments, etc. It's very helpful for someone starting a business and doesn't want to pay someone. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. More videos you have to work with, the better the edits come out as well. Yeah. I mean, you'll get better at editing over time too, you know. It's just it's a skill like everything else. It's all coding, depends on how effective you want it. I see. Maybe a service or app to make matters easy. AI can search for phone numbers in your area. Like AI can do so many things for starting a business, really endless. I never thought about using AI like that. That's interesting. We really managed to get rid of the trash in here. I love it. What do you mean? Yeah, I use it a lot for the roof selling gigs. Legit makes money off AI sifting through stuff. All I do is make calls to close. AI is insane. Powerful state than ever before. Gotcha. Hodler rate drop. Maybe we get a 0.25 drop. Nah, market's expecting a no cut, so I've never seen the market not right. So I would expect no cut. I'm not putting my kids on the internet when life slows down a bit. I'll try to finish in the 4 projects I started. I gotta say part of my heart for the other babes, but you get most of it. I see. Trashy trolls, why are you not understanding me today? I'm sorry, I just didn't know what you were talking about. Nah, everyone's been chill here today. It's been good. It's been good. The stock's not hyped anymore, so you know, give it a couple months. We'll see. Give it a couple months. They'll be back. Don't you worry. Don't get too comfortable. They're coming back. They're plotting. They're plotting against us. They're off trading other stocks for now, you know? They're off trading other stocks until GameStop gets back up to 30, and then it'll get hyped again for no reason. And then there'll be a bunch of trolls, and we'll see what happens from there. You know, we'll see if the trolls get rich this time or not. Or it'll be interesting to see if the hype even comes back. It'd be interesting if it just doesn't come back and the stock just keeps climbing. That would be interesting. This kid from my old high school that he trained with back in the day just won finals to make the world's team. He's in high school, beat 2 NCAA champs, and then 4x NCAA champ in silver. Interesting. Mentalist, insane first high schooler to make world's teams. He was also the first 7th grader to win high school states. Man, got a bright future. What are you talking about? Wrestling? I don't even know what you're talking about. Wrestling or what? I assume you're talking about wrestling. What about AI for betting? No. You shouldn't even bet. You shouldn't even waste your time gambling. I popped in for the day. Alright, later, Caitlin. The other thing, AI could become a detriment to the world and not be a tool. The deepfakes are wild to me, so when I say detriment, I mean something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like AI, so... I don't know. I'm sure it'll be useful in the places it gets put, or else it wouldn't get put there. And if it's not useful, then it's not going to get put in the places where it's not useful. So that's all I can say about that. And as far as deepfakes and stuff like that, I feel like that only affects people who post content on the internet and whatever. You know, it could be definitely used for scams and all that stuff, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's already getting used for scams, I'm sure. Just like with any new technology, usually criminals run it. I'm a junkie for betting. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should stop. Because betting is, I mean, I love betting. Don't get me wrong, but if you're a junkie for it, you probably need help. You probably need help, because gambling will never get you to where you want to go. If you're not already there, I guess. Ripping ears. I don't even know. Are you talking about wrestling, or what are you even talking about? I literally don't even know. I literally don't even know what you're talking about. I need to go grab a water. Probably gonna go take a shower when Jerome Powell goes live. Mr. Jerome. Hopefully I'm done before the stream ends. Here's a prime example of why I didn't bring personal life things in, because it doesn't even make sense to you. I'm trying to ask what it is so it will make sense, because you just started talking about something and never said what sport it's in or anything. You just started talking about this guy who beat this guy. Like, I don't even know what sport you're talking about. I assume it's wrestling because I know that's what you do or whatever, but there's a million other fucking, well, not a million, but there's so many other things that people have medals in. So I don't know. I'm asking what the sport is. It's a simple question that you could just answer, and then I would know. NCAA. Yeah, but I don't even know what the hell NCAA is. And I didn't even notice that part. Like, I don't even know what NCAA is. I don't watch sports, bro. I don't watch sports. I bet on UFC and that's it. Like, I don't watch sports. I don't know anything about sports. Like, I need to be educated too. I like learning new things. I don't know everything. As much as sometimes I might act like it, I don't know everything. You think I know what NCAA is? I don't fucking know. I'm clueless. If it doesn't have anything to do with the stock market or economics, I probably don't know anything about it. Like, this is all I know, bro. I just know how to gamble and read numbers. That's all I know how to do with my life. GME's tanking. National Collegiate Athletic Association. Gotcha. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So there we go. I'm edumacated now. That is pretty wild, though. Probably a beast-ass little 18-year-old. I mean, I probably shouldn't even say little. That dude is a beast. College football is NCAA. Then why'd you say NCAA up here? Beat 2 NCAA champions and then a 4x NCAA champ? What does that have to do with... Oh, I see. Gotcha. It's all NCAA. See, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't watch sports, bro. I don't watch sports. I couldn't even tell you the last time I bought or watched a sport. Let me think. I think I flipped on a Warriors versus someone game, like maybe a few months ago. I sat and watched it for like maybe like less than 5 minutes. That's probably the last time I watched a sport. And before that, couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you the last time I watched something before that. Like, I do not pay attention or watch sports at all. I barely watch UFC. Warriors the only basketball team that exists. Yeah, I like the Warriors, but I just don't watch basketball. I'm addicted to sports. Yeah, see, then it's like it's basic knowledge to you, but I would argue most of us don't watch sports here. Most people here probably don't watch sports. I like rugby, that's about it. I bounce around NYC rooftops for work, and most of the time I don't schedule access, just kind of go for it. More efficient, ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. Amen. Amen, bro. Have you ever ran into like a, I don't know what the activity is called, but there's people that like break and enter into buildings and they'll climb the roofs and shit. Have you ever ran into someone doing that? I know there's like I forget what it's called, but there's like a whole community that just does that. They just climb roofs for like photos or whatever, just for the adrenaline basically. I mean, it's usually parkour people that do it, but it's just like a, I don't know, there's just a group of people that go and climb buildings. Like massive buildings. The first person that comes into mind is the Dirty Llama. I think, is it the Dirty Llama? Maybe it's not Dirty Llama. The llama roof climbs. Dying llama, that's what it is. This guy, he like climbs cranes and shit. A lot of it's in Japan, I believe, but like climbing LA's tallest skyscraper in a cloud, mindless spire climb in Vegas, like it's just a group of people that just climb shit like this. It's kind of like parkour, but not really. Not really parkour. I like rugby, that's about it. I've never watched rugby. I'm working on this roof, and this old Asian guy just showed up and started yelling at me. No idea what he's saying. Don't know if he's the super or what. Haven't ran into it, but half my job is pretty much being. Dirty Llama doing the Barclays Center mid-concert was nuts. Really? I haven't seen that one. I'll have to watch that one. Is it windy as fuck on top of them buildings? I'm sure. I'm sure. I've never done this shit. I don't think he has the video on here. It must be on a different social media. I don't see the Barclays Center one. Unless it's, well, there's a skyscraper in New York right there. A lot of New York skyscrapers. That'd be crazy if you ran into fucking Dying Llama one day, bro. You're like, holy shit, that's Dying Llama! Holy shit! That's Dying Llama! Wind's not bad enough to toss you around. Parkour? Hardcore? Parkour? Hardcore parkour? Maybe they forced him to remove it, but the dude climbed the Barclays Center, then went down a roof hatch and was just chilling up in the rafters mid-concert. Oh, that's sick. Damn. I need to find that video. That sounds sick, bro. I gotta find that. That sounds so badass. Barclay. How do you spell Barclay? Whatever. I think it's EY. Excuse me. I don't know how to spell. Whatever. Oh, it's right here. It did get deleted. This guy re-uploaded it, though. Dude, that's crazy. Hopefully I don't get clapped for watching Dying Llama. Do you think I'll get clapped for watching this? I don't know if I'll get clapped for watching Dying Llama or not. I mean, it's on some random YouTube channel. I probably shouldn't watch it, though, because it was a deleted video. I'll watch it off stream. I want to watch it on stream, but I'll watch it off stream. Let's see. Some old dude I met told me he was an engineering dude and designed scrapers and said them buildings are designed to move with the wind. They be moving. Sounds insane. Yeah. Yeah, the buildings are flexible. Go to your 6-7 stories. I don't think there's a single person I think I would need to see like celebrities. I'd want to meet. There's a few people I'd want to meet. I'd want to meet like I don't know. A need to see celebrity. I mean, if I could only see them and take a picture, I think that's whack. So I'd want to like hang out with them or something. Like I don't have any desire to get a fucking picture with some celebrity. Like I don't care. Who would I want to like hang out with? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't have one either. Maybe I don't have one either. Maybe I don't care about celebrities. I'm trying to think. Roaring Kitty? I'd be down to hang out with Roaring Kitty. Maybe Ryan? I don't know if I'd want to hang out with Ryan. I bet he's weird, bro. I bet Ryan's weird. I don't know if I'd want to hang out with Ryan. He seems like a weird guy. Shingless. Shingless. It's a deleted video. Why do strangers want to be my friend? Like I have enough friends. The plumber wanted me to meet him at CWS. What the hell's CWS? I mean, you're probably just likable. I don't know. Weird, some weird idea. You probably just are nice and likable. So, of course he wants. I mean, of course he wants to hang out with you. You hang out with us, Corey. That's fair. Some old man bought oak doors from me and wanted me to hang out at his farm. Why didn't you go? Could have been dope. Maybe you could have fucking milked a goat or something. I don't know. That sounds sick. Milking a goat doesn't sound all this fun to me. Well, you're boring. That's boring. Farmer definitely wanted something milked. Yeah, he wanted to churn something. He's trying to churn. Oh. 20 more minutes for the interest rate decision. Do they have the freaking live stream up yet? I'm really surprised. I'll be very surprised if they don't. Well, they have this one up. I don't know which one to go to. They all usually have like really low volume. 48 minutes for Mr. Powell here. Interest rate decision comes out in 20. Mr. Jerome. Mr. Jerome Powell. People milk goats. They have AI for that. I mean, people do milk goats. So I don't really understand the joke. Why shirts appear to break the news? No cut. I don't know what you mean. Very confused. Very confused. This is gonna be I mean, we've listened to Jerome Powell before, but this is gonna be the first Jerome Powell halftime show. I've never called it the Jerome Powell halftime show. Usually it's Romans 10:9, that if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. Woo! Black's Blah coming in here with the heat, baby. Coming in here with the heater, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Coming in here with the heater, baby. Amen. Amen. That was a beautiful thing right there. That was a beautiful thing. That was a beautiful thing. Hey, God bless you, Blacks. God bless you, bro. God bless you. Wasn't that beautiful? I've never even seen Blacks in here before. He just coming in with the Bible verse. Coming in here with the heater, bro. Pokemon Q. Oh, goodness gracious. Don't tell me. Say it ain't so. Your drug is a heartbreaker. Pokemon. It didn't queue. There's no queue for me. I don't see no queue. I think it's pitcher, cups, bowls. I think it's just like furniture or silverware or utensils, whatever. A Cyndaquil plush. That's actually pretty sick. Trying to get me a Cyndaquil plush, bro. I don't think it's cards. But I didn't. It just let me in. If there's something coming, it's going to be in a minute. I'm skeptical of newbies being people we kicked out. Maybe. As long as they're blessing up with some positivity in the chat, that's all that's all that matters, bro. If they I don't know. As long as they're not coming in here trolling and talking shit, like I literally don't care. Skeptical. Let's see. I'm a Taco John's and chill kind of guy, or I just eat apples, maybe some deli meat, hard-boiled eggs. I hate wasting time on eating or getting food. That's fair. That is fair. Deli meat's for sure the go-to for me, or chicken. Get one of those rotisserie chickens from Costco, or get like 2 of them, bro. Maybe 3. I could eat for a whole week with that, bro. Straight up, could eat for a whole week on 3 rotisserie chickens. Sure, it's not gonna be exciting, but you can do it. I've done it. I've literally done it. And it's not even like, I don't know. I mostly do it because every time I eat like anything, my stomach hurts. So there's like certain things that I can eat consistently that actually make me feel good. And that just happens to be one of them. I got through already. Yeah, I got through immediately. Looks like it was just like kitchenware. Newcomer here, appreciate your live stream. Sold most of my shares, can't risk it, but hopefully it'll go up in the next few years. Well, God bless you, Hatch. God bless you, bro. At least you're you know, at least you're self-aware enough to know that you can't risk it. A lot of people, you know, they're just YOLOing and hoping it works out, and maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, who knows, but at least you're self-aware enough. But hopefully you don't go and try to YOLO it in something else, because then that seems very counterintuitive to say you can't risk it and then, you know, you go and YOLO into something else. So hopefully that's not the case, but I don't know. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Too pretty to get our hands dirty. I feel like the camping experience have nothing helpful at all. You've never been like hunting or anything? You've never gut a fish? You've had to have at least gut a fish, right? I feel like everyone's done that. Well, maybe not everyone, but who here hasn't gut a fish? Like, never been fishing or camping, maybe soon. Interesting. Very interesting. That's so weird, bro. I like grew up doing that stuff, so I don't know. It just seems like normal to me. But I don't like doing that stuff anymore. I like sitting at home, but I have stocks on AMC waiting for the new Superman. A movie coming out isn't going to do anything for you, bro. I'm sorry to say, that's not how the stock market works. So, like I said, uh, saying, yeah. All right, Hatch, you do your thing, buddy. You do your thing. That's a pretty insane thing to say. Pretty weird to say you can't risk your shares and then to say you're an AMC. Gotcha. Very, yeah. Why are AMC investors so weird, bro? Why are they so weird? They're actually, like, the weirdest people ever, bro. I ain't even trying to be rude. Like, every person who comes in here and talks about AMC is fucking weird, dude. Why is that? Like, why? I don't get it, bro. I don't get it, bro. It's so weird. Like, you think a fucking movie coming out is gonna affect your stock price? Okay. Okay. Time to put down the tinfoil, buddy. Time to put down the tinfoil. You've been huffing too much. You've been huffing way too much tinfoil if you think a movie is gonna affect your fucking stock. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. Wild stuff. Well, nobody cares about you, Andrew C. You're gonna come into my... I've never even seen you before in my chat, and you're just gonna come in my chat and say some weird shit? Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Some weirdo just coming in my chat to say weird stuff. Gotcha. See the trolls aren't gone yet. I told you. You thought the trolls were gone, but no, they're here. They're here. They're alive and well. Don't you worry. They're not going anywhere. They have nothing better to do with their lives. AMC's the hedge to making money. I don't know. AMC is just another stock in the stock market. It's nothing special. There's nothing special about it. I don't know why everyone thinks it's special. It's not. It's just another stock out of the thousands of stocks in the market. So is GameStop. You know, GameStop might have interesting fundamentals, whatever, but it's still just a stock in the stock market. There's nothing special about it. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. German humor. It's the opposite of making money. Oh, I get what you mean now. I gotcha. I gotcha. I didn't understand it at first. The hedge to making money? I gotcha. I gotcha. You have 5 more minutes till the interest rate decision. What's the rest of the market doing? Market's up a little bit, tiny little bit. What's the biggest fish I've caught? I don't know, man. I've caught a lot of fish. Couldn't tell you the biggest one, I'll be honest. Could not tell you. Oops. There we go. There's our boy Jerome. Why is the thing all messed up though? Nah, I've never noodled. I've never noodled. No noodling. That's like some southern shit. That's some southern shit. Good lord. That chat is stupid. I one thing I hate more than traders is people who talk about economics. That is people who talk about economics is probably like, I don't know, one of the things that bothers me the most, because the way people talk about economics makes me like just straight face palm. I'm like, holy shit. You are so unaware. I knew what the interest rate decision was going to be months ago. You're still wondering what it's going to be? That's interesting. And when people like speculate on the interest rate decision, like they're going to be able to like make a trade or something off of it, when like it's going to take so much time for anything to even play out. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm not even gonna read that chat. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. Let's see, I need to adjust this. Whoops. I need to click that. And then we got to go to transform. And crop the bottom. Boom. Top. I guess I could have just typed in the number, but that's probably good enough. It's probably good enough. I don't know how my crop got all messed up. Boom. Bop. Pow. There we go. We're in there. We're in there like swimwear now. Now we're just waiting on Mr. Jerome. Mr. Jerome. Al's about to rock everyone's shit. Probably not. It's probably just going to be a normal federal interest rate decision like every single other one. Maybe the stock market will go down, but what does that even mean? Like, what does that even mean? Oh, man. Like, what? Seems like a very random thing to say with no meaning behind it. I don't know. Just saying. Pretty random thing to say with no meaning behind it. Market moves every time he talks. Well, you obviously haven't been around for very long, because not every time. A lot of the times it doesn't even move. So you must be new to these interest rate decisions. Because yeah, a lot of the times it does move, but most of the time it doesn't even move. You get your initial reaction and then it ends up back at the same price. So, I don't know. Alright, your interest rate decision should be out. Not coming up here on the board. I'm sure they cut or didn't cut though. Committee seeks to blah blah. Committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate. There you go. Oh no, the market's moving. Oh no, look at the market move. Look how much it's moving. I don't even know what the market's doing. Oh yeah. Look at it. Look how bad it's moving. It's up a whole 0.2%. Man, that reaction. Whew. Man, I'm rocked, bro. I'm rocked by that reaction. Whew. Crazy. I can't believe that, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. I'm pretty sure the market didn't even move. It'll probably move during the little live stream thing, but I don't know. Looks like I mean, it looks like it moved a little bit, but this is why you don't, you know, talk about the market like you know anything. I mean, maybe it starts selling off. I don't fucking know, but this is why you don't talk about the market like you know anything, because you don't. Because it looks to me like it's not even moving. You know, maybe, like I said, maybe it sells off, maybe it goes up, but you know, that's why you don't act like you know anything about the market, because the market does whatever the market does. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, I think you guys should watch this stuff, honestly. I'm gonna go take a shower, so you guys enjoy. I think you might learn something from this.
That serve the public and promote the health of our about the Fed.
$475, and they had operating cash flow $193. If you see the stream, you know how much I care about operating cash flow, right? Because if you can't generate positive operating cash flow, if you're burning cash, I see some people talk about GameStop burning cash because they had a loss on the quarter here. But I think that's not burning cash. You burn cash in the cash flow statement. We'll get to that. But anyway, that's a shit ton of free cash flow. Let's pull it up actually. All right, so you can actually see. Is this it? Oh, this is 6 months. Oh shit, is this 6 months ended? The 10Q only has 6 months? Come on. All right, we'll just get it. It's in the press release. Yeah, right here. So look at this, 193. So I really care about the operating cash flow, right? This is especially critical. It depends on the thesis. So there's all different types of plays. But for the GameStop thesis in particular, you need a shit ton of cash to reinvent yourself, right? I mean, there's no reinventing yourself if you can't afford it, especially if you're struggling, right? There's no guarantee that you can go to capital markets to raise some cash. So it's very important that you remain free cash flow, or remain cash flow positive at the very least. And like they somehow found a way. During Q2. Remember, we're not necessarily in the throes of the pandemic, but we're coming out of the pandemic. How the hell did they still generate over 190 million in operating cash flow? You know what I mean? Like even though it's a shit ton of it due to the merchandise inventories, right? They're selling off some inventory, right? So that was part of it, right? But nevertheless, this is the thing: is you need to get to the console refresh. You need to get there, okay? To even play in the game, you need to get there. So if that include, and part of it, you need to sell off some inventory, especially if it's the more questionable inventory where we don't know what the valuation of it is, right? But also just to improve working capital management. You know what I mean? You need to improve inventory turns and stuff. So I mean, but even still, it's a huge number. We can pick apart what actual operating cash flow is. But nevertheless, with a company in this type of situation, I don't even care if it's GameStop. I don't care if it's an energy play, right? I got a lot of energy plays. Like if you can find a way to sell some assets, because we have to sell leaseback, right? You find a way to get to whatever your catalyst might be to survive, and then the rest is gravy, right? If you can figure it out, you just need to get there. And I don't see how you can read these press releases and see these figures and think, oh, like bankruptcy or stuff, or that they're not even going to have an opportunity to reinvent themselves. That's a ridiculous take. There's going to be an opportunity there. It's not to say they're definitely going to pull it off, but they're going to get there. And like that super bear thesis where they're going to be a zero by year end or something like that, off the table. It's off the table. This is what I mean. They've had tons of levers to pull, and we're seeing them pull, lever pull. They're pulling them, and they're getting to that point. So Sorry, these are just I just wanted to touch on a couple of the high level things like that. Cash flow stood out to me. We got the sale leasebacks. Also, there's more cash than this on the books. One of those sale leasebacks didn't close until after the end of the quarter. So I calculate 780 million in cash. What's the book say? 735. This is my type of play. You know what I mean? It's like, this is a common play for like the Roaring Kitty portfolio, right? Because it's like, I got that downside protected, right? There's no guarantee of the upside, but you just have to really have that downside protected. This company has almost 800 million in cash and a market cap of 475. Well, if it does drop tomorrow, it'll be even lower. And then it fully covers their debt, and it's in a thriving industry that in theory could like ramp up in a big way over the next 2 years. That's not to say there's not the secular risk. Those are legitimate, right? But I just mean, this is my type of play. It's like, you don't even want to take, like, you can't envision them pulling this off. Even if there's a 20% chance of it, you're protected on the downside, right? You'd have to really think, I can't even entertain the idea that they're not going to generate any free cash flows over the 12 months. Like if people, lots of people are commenting. Like if people are thinking they're not going to generate any free cash flows over the next 12 months, like come, show your work. You know what I mean? Show your work. I hope as I look at these comments, I hope there's people who disagree with me on here. I really, really hope that. See, there's so many people comment. I don't know what to do. What do I do? Do I start the analysis? Let me start reading the comments. Let's do this. Okay. Harsh, can you explain how the hardware shortages might have affected the revenue? Sure, they were running out of inventory, and they had less inventory to sell, and plus, and so that's part of it. So that's the thing; they still had almost $1 billion in revenue, right? But the exact figures, like I don't know the exact figures. Let me just see. Sorry, just scroll up. Yeah. Oh, that's 26 weeks. Yeah, 940 million, right? So I don't know the exact numbers as to how the hardware shortages might have affected it. I just think, all I think is, all right, the hardware shortages impacted it. If you're a super short-term investor or trader or something like that, I don't know how you do it. There should be an explanation there, but I can't. I just think, all right, shortages, so that hurt them this quarter. It could even hurt them potentially next quarter. But it's that long-term thesis that I'm focused on in a quarterly shortage. A shortage of the consoles or even games or whatever, it's just, I view it as temporary. It's not a long-term thing necessarily. And the guy, it looks like there could be some Q3 headwinds, but there's a longer term thesis. So there's going to be twice as many games coming out with this console refresh. They could crush it in Q4 of this year, in Q1 thereafter. You know what I mean? I'm not too concerned about Q3, but if this was a short-term trade for you, I don't know. Can you give us more insights in your pre-owned resale bit? Oh, the question. Yeah, so I will say, like the conference call, I feel like there could be more in the conference calls. I don't know if other people are going to say this too, but like I read the press release. We all read the press release, and then I listen to the conference call. And as someone long GameStop, I'm like, you always want a little bit more. And I did want a little bit more. I wanted a little bit more into, you see in my videos, I'm always talking about reinventing themselves and transforming shit and everything like that. Like, I'm like perpetually wanting more on that front. And I like to think there's a reason we don't always get it, but I don't know. A little bit more transparency would be nice. I mean, the consoles, I keep on saying this, we're only a couple months away, which is both a good and it's like a good thing because we're right there, this upcoming catalyst. But it's like we need more of a plan. But at the same time, they're always testing stuff, they're experimenting with stuff, and I can respect. You don't want to nail yourself down too much to any particular pathway. Right now, they're very clearly focusing on like improving the omni-channel experience. Do I have that up, by the way? Oh yeah. Oh, I have it up. I pulled this up. I'm like, yeah. This is great that I have this. They're very clearly focusing on the first two pillars. So you saw this in that GameStop video. If you saw it, like they're very clearly focused on optimizing the core business in this digital ecosystem, right? They need to have this. They need to have this good to go for the console refresh. Like you can't be messing around. There was mention of same day delivery, which is terrific. There's mention of this new app. Of course, it's 2020. I mean, you need to have an app, right? But a real sick app. You know what I mean? You ever use an app? Sometimes I'll use an app. I'll be like, damn, that's a sick ass app. It's real seamless. Like, damn, I want to buy something else, right? So like. I mean, that's standard stuff that you should have, but we're coming up to the console, right? They need to get this in order ASAP, right? And remember, this management team has only been in place now, looking at like not even 18 months. It hasn't even been a year and a half. But so even still, I say that, but I still always want more on like these two pillars, right? Establish the social and cultural hub of gaming, vendor partnerships. I'm always looking for more. When I say I want more, it's these things. But they do need to take care of these first two things. And so I guess that's what I said. I was hoping for a little bit more. And then the Q&A too. So I would also like, it'd be nice to have some better questions, right? I don't know if someone says this. I didn't get through all the questions yet. But I always listen to these conference calls. I'm like, those are your questions? Come on, get me on the call. I'll ask you some damn questions. Or any of the folks on this call, I'm sure you, like if you're tuning in the stream and you're following GameStop, we know the questions to ask. You know what I mean? But these analysts, sometimes they're writing their own research reports. I don't really know what's going on there. But so I was hoping for a little bit more. I was hoping for better questions, more so than the answers. I wasn't too surprised by some of the answers by management. They did their best, and they're not going to give guidance on some of these things. It's real tough to give guidance in this environment. But you know what I mean? Like, and especially they gave the Q3 guidance, which I mean, it's a little bit of headwinds. But in Q4 it's real messy. It's really tough to forecast that. So if you're thinking of a long-term play, put yourself in their shoes. And you're talking to long-term investors. What are you going to do? You can't get into specifics and stuff like that. But anyway, let me keep going. Last quarter, you're doing the Q&A. Last quarter, you got a full year to be positive. All right, COVID, mobile app. Oh, sorry. I think you copy and pasted the quick Q&A. Okay. What the hell do you know then? This has to be the word. I don't know if I agree with this, Harsh. He's saying that they don't have insights into their own business and how it functions. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I think you're like me, where you just were hoping for a bit more information on this stuff, and it's safe to say they're more dialed into the intricacies of the business itself than we are. We're just too removed. But I get what you're saying. That you're just hoping for a little bit more and more clarity, but even if you get it, I'm not so sure that like the stock price pops or something like that. For the stock price to pop, like we have been saying on the stream, you need something substantive, like a major like share buybacks or something with Cohen or some major strategic partnership. That was really the only way you're gonna. Remember, this is some of the heaviest bearish sentiment that I've ever seen. Maybe you've ever seen as well. Have you? I mean, 100% short interest. And remember, like I said, it could be like 150, 200% short interest when you start going through the numbers. But we'll just say 100%, right? Like that's super, super heavy bearish sentiment. The only way to get out from underneath that is you need something, bam, you need to drop some shit on people, right? Like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And really, the only way you could blindside, and I'm not saying that they should have done this. I'm just saying, like, it's just really tough to satisfy everybody. And so most importantly, you satisfy the long-term thinkers and just like, we're sticking to our game plan. This is the game plan. But you wouldn't need to share buybacks, or some partnership, and no mention of Cohen or anything like that. But what the hell? We don't even know the management knows anything that's going on there, right? But I mean, I was hoping for more insight there, more strategic type stuff, and we didn't quite get it. But it could be just stuff. It's still kind of in the works. So, but I feel you, Harsh. I see where you're coming from. But I don't think it's fair to criticize them too harshly. I said this in my videos. I do feel as though they've been doing a good job. Remember, look at this balance, the strength of this balance sheet going into the console. We're right here. The console, the countdown is on. It's here. And look what they've done. Look what they've accomplished. I care about this balance. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the downside protection has been improving. There's a greater margin of safety. That's what I wanted the management team to do. And now we're getting to the place of, okay, now, and let's say they take care of the app. And if you get same-day delivery too, that can be a competitive advantage for a brick-and-mortar store to have that, to offer that as well. If they pull that us off, that's huge. I don't know if anyone. And then you can even have sorry, I'm rambling now. I apologize. But you can have like an Amazon Prime equivalent for game, like a brick and mortar store dedicated to this, and then you can have a subscription and all this stuff. I don't want to. Well, there's plenty of time for that. How many hours we got? It's only 7:20. We're doing good. Okay, there's plenty of discussions to be had. But most importantly, so there's all these opportunities, right? The opportunities abound. What I've been most concerned with, and maybe many value investors who are tuning in feel this way, it's like get us to the show. Get us to the show, and then but along the way, be testing stuff, have some ideas. And yeah, it would be nice. It's September now. I've been saying this. It would be nice to have more of a game plan right now. And then they had the pandemic, right? That kind of interrupted some things too for a lot of retailers, not just GameStop. But I'm satisfied with where we are on the downside. I'm so focused on the down. Everyone wants to focus on the upside. You know what I mean? It's important too. It's important for both the bearish argument and the bullish argument to consider the upside, right? It's hugely, hugely important. But from the value investing perspective, which is what I'm most focused on and assessing management's success so far, and they've done a good job. I think they've done a good job. But I'm not saying they're perfect, right? And I've said in the video, there's things I felt they could have done better, including maybe some more clarity on the conference calls. You know what I mean? I think I'm probably, but I don't know. I don't know. I heard the guy Bank of America told, this is Hugo. What's up, Hugo? I heard that the guy Bank of America told them that the problem of Apple with Fortnite could help GameStop if they know how to get into it. Yeah, that was interesting, right? That was They didn't touch on it much, right? They kind of I can't wait to reread the transcript. This is all from memory for all of us, right? Because I don't think there's a transcript out right now. Oh, maybe there's an audio file up, but yeah, it was the last question. Was it the last question? And they didn't dive too deep into it, but yeah, there could be a potential opportunity there. But I bet I bet Hugo is just too soon to dive into that right now. Excuse me. They need to, like, this is somewhat new, somewhat recent. Maybe there's no strategic plan right now, but something maybe they dive deeper into. But indeed, I know what you're getting at, Hugo, and that's what I mean is, like, we talk about so important, the narrative, right? It's so important with this narrative, with this, look at this sentiment. You know what I mean? Back out on this chart. Look at this shit. Look at this. This isn't even dividend adjusted. Look at, you got this, right? And then this chart. What I'm focusing on this chart. We're from $50 down in the gutter down to $4, right? And then you pile the short interest on here. This is super. People see this, they see the short interest, and they're really negative on the company, right? They see the year-over-year comps declining. I mean, the big declines, but we got a catalyst upcoming, right? So you don't look too much into that. But, like, it's really important to change this narrative. You got to change the sentiment around that, and part of the way you do that is by, I'm talking about that upside. Like, here's what we're gonna do, and that's the type of stuff that I'd like more of on the call that was kind of missing. Is change that sentiment, change the narrative, talk about this upside. But it's like they're so focused on these first couple pillars, it's almost like they're just they're getting to the console refresh. But so I wish we had more of that. But like you mentioned that question, that's an opportunity to get the discussion going in that front. They need this is why I've been saying on the stream too. This is why Cohen's involvement is important, right? Because you see that, and then I'm like, when we saw Cohen get involved, I'm like, this is the type of guy. And you remember his website, right? Look at this shit. You got a website like this and all his success, and you read all these articles about him. People care what this guy does. They care what he says. Maybe they need a little bit of a salesmanship of the company, salesmanship of the angle. I'm not saying that that's necessarily in their best interest or anything like that. But you listen to this conference call, I'm like, it's a little bit more of the same in that regard. It's like, let's get people jazzed up. You know what I mean? This is a sick opportunity to have here, even if it's going to take you a couple quarters to get into it. Let's get the discussion going. So. I did hear that question, Hugo, but there was plenty of opportunity in the conference call to talk about this stuff. But I think part of it is, I think they don't want to nail themselves down. I'm speculating here. I have no idea. I think they just don't want to nail themselves down to one particular path. But even still, right? The gaming's sick. You know what I mean? It's a huge industry. I don't know. Harsh. The only good thing about this is that we now most likely Cohen will buy more. We'll get another 13D. Maybe he might add more. He didn't add any after hours today, did he? Oh, we're over here. Okay, just checking. Yeah, he might. Let's keep an eye on this. Let's see if he adds, or really anyone adds, right? We also saw Permit trim their position slightly. It was so small. It was so small that it could have just been rebalancing their position. GameStop, we'll get into that. GameStop's a huge position of Permit's portfolio. It was like 18% of the total portfolio, but they have one position that's gigantic. So it may have just been trimming, but even still, trimming before earnings, I was like, oh, really? Okay. But anyway, so we definitely got to watch the filings these next couple weeks, just see if anything happens. But really, no mention of strategic type stuff. Forget Cohen just for a minute. Just not much of anything on that front. So it's like, all right, now we kind of got to keep watching shit, see what happens. Oh, yeah, what is this WAP? See, 687. What are we at right now? Just curious. 650. But you see this? The WAP, this is the volume weighted average price, 687. It's really not that. But really, tomorrow, we got to see what it does tomorrow. I am super curious, even though I don't care about the short-term moves. It doesn't matter. I care more about how this quarter did, right? As hopefully most of you do as well. Unless you're a short-term trader. You're probably disappointed. You probably see this. You're like, oh, what a waste this was, right? Welcome to the GameStop show, my friends. But I'm super curious for the technical perspective, right? You know I'm talking about the technicals, but like, is this really going to just retest? You know everything's a test, right? Everything's an experiment. Is this shit really going to retest this previous resistance? Because I'm going to die laughing if it does. It's going to be hilarious. Okay. Where was I going with this? Talk about, the questions. Get back to the questions. Sorry. Ryan King, I'm a layman on investing, but there is definitely a way GameStop can reinvent itself. Cheers, Ryan King. Cheers. That's right. That's Ryan King. Let me tell you something. You're already one step ahead of many folks, I think, because I think some people are struggling to even imagine that GameStop can reinvent themselves, right? No one's saying that's definitely going to happen, but you only get... Wait, do I have the... what is it? What is it right now? High short interest.com? What is it right now? It's roughly 102%. You only get this when no one can entertain this possibility, right? And it's like, no one... No, it's not that no one, right? Some people can. Hyperbole. To get the point across, right? And but like... You can't even entertain the possibility. You can't assign a 10% probability to this, that they become like the go-to, the premier venue for gaming experiences. Like, you can't even. So Ryan King, you're new to investing, but believe me, you got an edge over some folks who can't get out from underneath themselves. And this is important because everyone wants investing to be black and white. They want it to be black and white. GameStop is definitely going to be dead. GameStop is definitely going to reinvent itself and be a $10 billion company. It's going to 100, right? Unfortunately, that's not how life works. That ain't how shit works. There's gray area, and this is where investing comes in, right? Maybe this is obvious, but truly, it needs to be resaid. You do your best to assign probabilities to different outcomes, and you analyze the data, analyze the reports, analyze everything as best you can, and you assign probabilities to it and come up with a weighted average probability model. And like, everyone's assigning a 0%, like a negative. I've been joking. They've been assigning a negative 20% probability to the fact they reinvent themselves, right? It's insane. So anyway, Ryan, I'm glad you can at least think about that. Keep an open mind about this stuff because it's important. Hugo, we have this month the pre-owned consoles. I don't know what you mean there, Hugo. But yeah, but in general, this pre-owned, like being like when people are gonna upgrade to the new consoles, many people are gonna trade in their previous consoles, right? Do many people know that? And who's the go-to retailer for trading in your video game stuff? It's GameStop. And this is important, and I mentioned this in the video because it's important. It's going to drive traffic, and so you see, I can get my consoles anywhere. I can get my games anywhere. It's important to be the dedicated gamer. You're going to have maybe parents buying their children games or people who just want to get exclusive bundles. Like GameStop often has sick bundles for like Nintendo type stuff, and there's the new Switch coming out. Like, I'm rambling now, but I'm like, and just to have, there's a benefit to being dedicated to gaming on that front. But but in particular, pre-owned. People are going to trade in their shit. They're going to go to GameStop to do so. And remember, what is it? 60 million members, Rewards Plus member. Or what is it? Oh, jeez, I forget now. The Rewards members. Jordan, hey, what's up, Jordan? Q3 software slate is very weak. That's all they said. Very true. Next quarter probably mildly weaker. Yeah, the quarterly stuff. We talked about the Q3 stuff. I know some people might be concerned about that. I'm not really. This was supposed to be a shitty year. Really, I know this is. Maybe I hope you don't think this is confirmation bias, but that we're here with this balance sheet already, given what has transpired this past year. This has been, in my opinion, a decent year. These are terrible. These were intended. It was going to be terrible year-over-year comps, right? And if I scroll back up, what was it? It was like 12% or something once adjusted for their stores were closed. You know what I mean? Comp store sales declined 27% or 13%, adjusting for fewer store operating days due to store closures. Like, this is big. Like, it should have been way worse than this, right? So it's a little bit of a silver lining that gaming's thriving as much as it is. So anyway, these somewhat shitty months where it's a little bit rocky and everything like that, it doesn't faze me that well because it's lumpy. This GameStop industry is inherently lumpy. That's how it works. And you kind of need to be inured to it. You got to be numb to it. That's how this works. And so I'm not really too concerned about this quarterly stuff. And things get pushed, titles get pushed. And also, this is the earliest they ever announced the consoles and everything. So everything is delayed. So I'm not. You can't be too concerned with the intra-quarter type stuff. Steve, with you, Roaring Kitty, on the long-term thesis intact. Glad to see this. Oh, I'm with you, Roaring Kitty, on the Steve Mazzini. I'm with you, Roaring Kitty, on the long-term thesis intact. Glad to see the sale leaseback and strong free cash flow. Bummer they couldn't even buy 1 million in shares. Do you think there is restriction? Shit. So I know you hear me talking about. I didn't think the share repurchases were likely, but I was hoping for it, right? For two reasons. Number one is discount prices, right? They may never get back. I know some people are forecasting price is gonna drop back down to like this area right here. I'm not so sure about that. Check out my tweets for why I don't think it's necessarily going to pull all the back. This wasn't a bad enough quarter for it to sell off hard. That's why I'm kind of curious what it does tomorrow. Because if you were this short, you needed a worse quarter, in my opinion. But I think a lot of people were trading GameStop for this squeeze opportunity. Ryan Cohen, blah blah blah. I think a lot of people got in for the short term, and then they didn't get what they wanted, so they're selling off. But if you're short and or you're even hoping for a big pullback for more share purchases, I'm not so sure you're going to get it. But so that was why we're hoping for the share purchase. Number one, for the discount prices, but also for some squeeze potential. Like I said, that was one of the few things that they could do, drop it on people. But yeah, there was but yeah, they didn't do. So yeah, I don't know about a restriction. I've been saying that, Steve. Like, is there something I don't know or that we don't know that they can't do it? I didn't think so, but I don't know. It's conceivable. It's conceivable. And now there's it's also conceivable. I don't want to keep hopping on these share buybacks too much because I myself don't necessarily think they're likely, but I just think it would be hugely impactful. It would have it would be immediately accretive to the value That's why I think it's important to talk about them. But like, it's possible they bought in August where there was a ton of volume following Cohen, right? I mean, I'm not saying that they did this, but like Ryan, we need to entertain the possibility, right? Can we just entertain it? Check out this volume over the past week. Look at this, 37, 23, 13, 14. So I'm not saying, I still don't think it was likely, but they could have just done this shit in August. And this was part of some sort of plan, like as soon as liquidity picks up or anything like that, or there's more volume picks up, and then they could have already done it. And maybe that was part of the plan. I have no idea. We know that they needed to get that bond exchange behind them. So I do think there was a restriction up until that bond exchange was done. But it was done in the first week of July or the second week in July. So they had a couple weeks. But I'll just point out, there was not much volume in July. So check this shit. I mean, look at how little they would. That's what I mean. So you heard me mention on the stream, like I was buying in July because I couldn't. There was no volume. You saw it would close below 4 a couple times. It was so little volume that even if they wanted to do the buybacks, maybe it would have been difficult. But but even none, right? So to Steve's point, they bought back.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP as we call them, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate, at 4.2%, remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy strategy and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So We've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about, responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And, our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjust it over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at end 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term as you get out to the later years. It's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here. Since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April after the March meeting that substantially higher tariffs were likely, and then since then. The estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time, and what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
But you say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that. They do. So and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the world will be over.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down, and that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated, that it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that, the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do, of course, monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5%, 2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of, basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very, very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very, very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time, but it does reflect. If you see somebody writing down a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see whether, to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength. and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and it's I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
What you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict. And we haven't been through a situation like this. And I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data. And again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick Tamarosa of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts, and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things, and I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction. And I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street, on consumers, about the outlook for the economy.
Look, from my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with a strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned to, right now, to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace raids increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market in the short term?
With what picking up?
Workplace raids.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means, like, part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SEP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level about a number of ideas. The SEP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of, how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation, number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really that only implement things that have very broad support. And also you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You've said today the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December, and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today, and you didn't cut today?
Well, the forecast for inflation in December was 2.5, core PCE for 2025, the forecast was 2.5%, which was a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policies would be, we've learned that the tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And, we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other, well-resourced forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025, and that's a big part of the change, and that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans, small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Well, I mean, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis, that, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people, for households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down. They're not very high, let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now, restrictive. If you look at the economy, it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now. And inflation is 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm not saying that at all. From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs, because someone has to pay for the tariffs, and it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind, or just the consumer buying it. And all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost, but ultimately the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say, that's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming, and we just want to see see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that. So you spent years though talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy
I
has
feel
to be
so bad for
forward-looking.
this dude,
That is
bro.
elementary.
He just
You've got to
gets
be
the
looking at.
dumbest
I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That we say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If you know, at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So, of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this, and they understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Thank you. Amara Mokwe with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no. And I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we do. We work hard. But I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public. We're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it again respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. And I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions, and I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're going to hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Chair Powell, Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous, and so we actually really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and that the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate. But it's not a major thing. It's nothing that we discuss. It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Neil. Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks, and worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, it not just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
The framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But but that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all who you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation, and what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing?
So, of course, we're watching, like everybody else is, what's going on. I really don't have any comment on that. Possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices, but tends to come down. Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did, because you had a series of very, very large shocks. But We haven't seen anything like that now. The U.S. economy is far less dependent on foreign oil than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
A quick follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial intelligence. Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs and significantly increase the unemployment rate. I'm wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing labor? And I wouldn't, we all see those announcements, including one today. I wouldn't, overread a couple of data points, because, AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with it, with AI, will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential, and probably we're in the very early stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. Of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive, and there are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum. White collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that, but this is going to be a very important question for some time.
Greg.
Thank you. Greg Rapp from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe the American people some sort of explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to change how the dollar, movements of the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That, are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway? Thanks.
It's certainly a time of real change. From a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint. You see this not just here, but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. But and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. Will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know, though. So, but you're right. But honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is, how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near term? That's really what we're about.
Mark Hamrick.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't really see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack, really. At the margin. Remember, you're at 4.2% unemployment. That was, for many years, that was an extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at at a healthy clip, and I think much more consistent with 2% inflation given a reasonable assessment of trend productivity. So it's a pretty good labor market. You're right that the level of job creation has come down, but so has the supply of workers, the change in the supply, the new supply. So you've seen the unemployment rate remain pretty stable at 4.2. It's been as high as 4.3, but those are good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market. There's a more concerning thing is there are not a lot of layoffs, but there are not a lot of job creation. The number, if you're out of work, it's hard to find a job, but very few people are being laid off at this point. So that's an equilibrium we watch very, very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken really over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken. Now, eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
Go to Jean for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying there's zero possibility of other things. Really, think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think, again, people write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I going to write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence. So I would just say it that way. We don't rule things in or out. Certainly a hike is not the base case at all. It's not something people are writing down. But in the meantime, we do the best we can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
I know what her answer was. She's like, I cut that shit and we're going to the moon, baby. We're going to the fucking moon. We're cutting 3%. We're going back to 1%. We're cutting, baby. We're going to the moon. That's where we're going, baby. Come on, Jerome. Get with the fucking times. Get with the times, Jerome. Something I saw funny was, I don't know if it's when I started Roaring Kitty or when I started Jerome, but a lot of people left the stream when I started playing Jerome or Roaring Kitty. I don't know which one, but I'm going to assume it's Jerome because that was, I don't know, actually. But either way, it's kind of funny. Jerome's got some good stuff to say, man. Damn, we got 800 views today and I'm not even running ads. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. That's like $10 I'm missing on. Come on, bro. See what you're doing to me? Making me not run ads. Rock to the stream chart, right? I think it's funny. This is, bro, when people try to talk about rate cuts and how Jerome moves the market, I mean, there's some instances where it happens, but most of the time it doesn't even fucking move. So, I don't know. There's a reason why I kind of got upset at that kid, saying fucking, the market's gonna get rocked. It's like, you must not know very much about you must have not been around very long. Must have not seen very many interest rate decisions. Because it's pretty random. I mean, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Most of the time it doesn't move, so I don't know. People are just weird, bro. They just say things, and I don't know. It's fine, I guess, but I wish people would say things that were, like, valuable, not just say things, even though, like, It's like that what Roaring Kitty was saying in that video earlier that I was playing. Like, the market's not black and white, bro. The market is not black and white, you know? There's not... I don't know. What the hell is going on with my... Oh. There we go. I was like, what is going on with my screen there? What is going on with my screen? But anyone who wants rate cuts, I mean, you better just get comfortable with high rates because they're not going anywhere for a very long time. And even if they do cut rates, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean like bonds and other things are going to follow. That could take even longer. So I would just get comfortable. Get comfortable with the rates. They're not going anywhere. We'll get cuts in the holidays. Nah, maybe September. Maybe September. I guess September's going into the holidays. That's what the market expects, so... But I don't know, man. They might not even cut. Depends on the tariffs, I guess. 3% inflation forecast for the year is kind of crazy. So we'll see. We'll see. Tariff should be paid by all across the board so consumer doesn't take it all. I mean, ideally, you know, but inflation's still going to go up no matter what. Doesn't matter who pays for the tariff. It's still going to go up. The cost of the item is still increasing. Doesn't necessarily matter who pays it. The data is still going to price in higher inflation. J Powell rocked the stream chart. I guess nobody likes listening to J Powell, which is fine. Your price way too hot. You need a cutty. Yeah, all the people in there, like, why aren't you cutting? Why aren't you cutting? Like, bruh. They just want their little bag pumped. I don't think they really necessarily know what a rate cut would mean in this environment. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyone who says they want, I think this is a fair statement to make, but anyone who says they want a rate cut must want higher inflation too. I think that's a fair statement to say. If you want a rate cut, you must want higher inflation. How high will GME go? Nobody knows, my friend. Who cares? What did Jerome say? A lot. A lot of stuff. I think the easiest way to explain it is we can cut literally anytime we want, but he wants to see what the economy's going to do with these tariffs, and we'll see. That's what I get out of it. I think they can cut anytime they want. They just don't want to. And also, they did talk a little bit about the housing shortage. You know, that could be a reason why they're not cutting, because cutting rates, and if mortgage rates come down with the federal funds rate, that's just going to make the housing shortage worse. So, you know, there's another reason why cutting would be bad. It's just going to make houses more expensive. And sure, if you're already a homeowner, I mean, that's cool for you, but that's like, I don't know. That's probably why a lot of people want lower rates, because they're already a homeowner. They're already invested in whatever they're going to invest in. So now they just want their bag pumped. But the economy's, you know, I think long term you would rather have a stable economy. I think if you just let go of all these short term emotions and worrying about getting your bag pumped, I think you would start to realize having a long-term stable economy that's consistently growing is going to be a lot better if they can pull it off. You know, if. We'll see. We'll see. Rug burn from Jerome again. And the stock didn't even move. Been training. What did I miss? We just watched Jerome. Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell. Rate cut also means GME gets less easy money from T-bill holdings. Yeah, that's true. But I don't think GameStop's in T-bills. I think they're just in cash in the bank, straight up. I don't think they're in T-bills. Because if you go on their 10K, you go to the marketable, like if they were in T-bills on their balance sheet, they would have, you know, their money, their cash and cash equivalents in marketable securities. I mean, I guess it can be in short-term, really short-term bonds, potentially, because cash and cash equivalents is, you know, highly liquid investments that are both readily convertible, the known amounts of cash, so near their maturity, they present insignificant risks of changes in value, blah, blah, blah. So these can be, like, really short-term bonds, but it's possible, especially, you know, just, like, looking at the balance sheet and doing the math. If they were in bonds, they would be getting, like, over 4% on the cash, but for my math, they're only earning 3.5%, and that would be more equivalent to a bank account. So I'm not really actually sure what they're doing with the cash, but either way, yeah. Cash, you know, bond, whatever it may be, the interest rate's going to come down when they cut, and they're going to make less. So. It's DJT wants the rate cut. What's the change in interest rates? There is no change. Powell knows what he's doing. Yeah. Powell knows what he's doing, and everyone else thinks they're a genius. So it's he got pissed at that one guy, bro. He got kind of upset at that one guy. I was laughing. I'm like, damn, bro. I would feel the same way. I'd be like, bro, these people, like, do they not? They're literally reporters and shit for a living. Do they not have, like, better questions? I'd be pretty annoyed too. Pretty sure that's the exact same thing he did last time. Well, I want to see how it goes. Well, how has it went since last time? Nothing has happened, really. But it's because of the tariffs. The tariffs aren't priced into the inflation yet. It's going to take a lot of time, and I think a lot of the tariffs are still delayed, so it's going to take time. And he can cut whenever he wants. Just because you want to get your little cut doesn't mean anything. Like, whether he cuts now or 6 months, a year from now, it's not going to change much for you. Like, you think they're going to cut and you're magically going to get a cheaper mortgage rate? Probably not. And if you do, you're going to be paying way more for the house anyway, so it's going to offset the gain, or it's going to offset what you're getting for a cheaper mortgage. So I don't know. People just need to chill, bro. People need to chill. Like, this shit is going to take a long ass time. Nobody's selling their houses right now because nobody can afford a new interest rate. So everybody's sitting on their house whether they want to get into a new home or not. I mean, we can look at the data. Is home sales? And instead of speculating, we can look at the data. It looks like home sales were the highest last month than they've been in the past 2 years. So, is your statement correct? The data doesn't agree with what you're saying. So, I don't know. I mean, this is new home sales, so we can go to another one, but highest new home sales in literally 2 years. So I'm just saying the data doesn't agree with you there, but you're more talking about existing home sales. So let's go to existing home sales. And yeah, existing home sales are down a little bit, but overall it's been pretty flat for the past year. So people are still buying new homes, but I mean, not much change from 2022. There's still things being sold. Like, it's not like nobody's not selling their house. Nobody's not buying real estate. It's just, it's not as booming as it was. And is that really, I don't know. It's about existing home sales are about half, not even half, like 10-20% lower than what they were in 2015 to 2020 or 2019. I can't do max, unfortunately, because you have to have a sub to trading economics now to get all the data, but I mean, this isn't a massive drop. It's not like, it's like 10-20%. Like, so, I don't know. Doesn't seem, the way you're talking about it, you make it seem like it's really bad, but when I look at the data, it doesn't seem as bad as, you know. New homes are selling at 9-year lows, FYI. I mean, they're still selling, though. They're still selling. I didn't say anything about the price. We're talking about supply and demand here. Of course, bro. Of course, houses are at the lowest they've been. Like, of course they're at the lowest they've been. I think that's yeah. I think that's I don't know. That seems self-explanatory. Interest rates being the highest they've been in 20 years. I mean, I wouldn't expect houses to be the lowest they've been in 20 years, but definitely the past, like, 5, maybe 4. I don't know, 9. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure about that, but I'm just saying. You can't just say things when the data is literally right there. You can go look at it. Rate cuts for your leap. You care about that leap more than I do, my friend. I give 0 fucks about that. I'll be honest, Ruben. You probably care more. You probably care more about that leap than I do. I don't even think about it. I often forget I even bought it. I don't even think about that. I'd like to get into a slightly larger home right now, but I'm at 3.4% interest rate on my house currently. I'm not interested in going to a 7.5 interest. Well, I don't know what to say about that. You could rent out your house and use the income to pay for the other one. I don't know. It's like I said, even if they start cutting rates, you're not getting low interest anytime soon. It's gonna take a long time, 5-10 years maybe longer, depends. Like you're not getting anything you want anytime soon. Heck, like I don't know, unless there's some really bad economic event that happens where they're forced to do emergency rate cuts. That's about your only hope here, and I don't know if that's something you should be betting on or really hoping to happen, because that seems bad. Seems pretty bad. New homes are selling 9-year low, FYI. Do I own the house I'm streaming in? I mean, I own half of it. I think. I honestly don't know. I think I own half of it. I've never actually seen the paper, whether I'm actually on it or not, so that's actually debatable, but yeah. Either way, I don't really care, because I just don't. I don't even want it, so not a big deal to me if I'm not on it. Because all the natural disasters recently took homes, LA fires. I'm not talking about the past 2 years. I'm talking about since pre-COVID, interest rates have been immensely higher. Well, yeah. Inflation has been really high. But like I said, if you want rates cut, you want higher inflation. It's a very simple thing to understand. If you want rates to be cut right now, you want higher inflation. I think that's very... So, I don't know. The economy wasn't the same as it was pre-COVID. A lot of things have happened. So, I don't know. I would I would advise, I don't know what I would advise, honestly. I just think if you think economics is going to come to your whim, you are mistaken. You are mistaken if you think economics gives a fuck what you think or how you feel or anything like that. And I know I'm being a little rude here, but I'm being straight up. Economics doesn't care how you think or how you feel or anything. It's going to happen in its time. Step out. What's up, Break Nation? Last year was 40-year low for real estate transactions. Where's that data, though? Where's that data? Because, I mean, on trading economics, the low was like a month or two ago or something like that. Or, I guess, do you mean last year? Oh, you said last year. I thought you said last month. I was like, But, yeah, I'm sure that's true, but it doesn't mean houses aren't getting sold or bought. Doesn't mean it's not happening. Might be lower, but it's still happening. You can just go to this year over year. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I wanted to talk about something actually important because, I don't know, Jerome said something about a repurchase, and then it made me think about GameStop. And if you go to GameStop's last 10Q for Q4, or 10K, whatever, and you control F and you search repurchase, on March 4th, 2019, our board of directors approved a share repurchase authorization, allowing us to repurchase up to 300 million of our Class A common stock. The authorization has no expiration date. We did not repurchase shares during fiscal 2024 or fiscal 2023. As of February 1st, 2025, we have 101 million remaining under the repurchase authorization, and blah, blah, blah. But then you go to the newest 10Q, and there is nothing about this in here. There is nothing that says anything about a repurchase program. So I have a feeling they exhausted the repurchase back after the last bond offering. You know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not, I don't know, but you would think it would be on here if they still had that repurchase program. You would think that would still be in the newest 10Q, because I believe if you go back to the quarter before the 10K, I believe it's on here. Or maybe it's not. Maybe they only have it on 10Ks. Okay, that would make sense, I guess. Maybe they only have it on 10Ks, so never mind. Maybe it's not as maybe it's a nothing. Maybe it's a nothing. Let's see. I said COVID, yes, cost was a little higher than what I wanted. Mortgage rate was affordable, so I was able to do it. I'm not talking about, let's see, interest rate. Resold that people already lived in. I'm talking about new mortgages. If you want lower interest rates, just buy the points down. What the fuck? Who the hell is this guy? What the hell does that even mean, bro? The fuck does that even mean? Dude, bro. Some of the comments that we get here from the randoms, I'm like, how does someone's brain even like think about typing that in a chat? I'm like, what? Historically, these rates are pretty low, no cap. You're able to take advantage of historic low, zoom out and check out the history of rates, the home buying process, quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago or 18 years ago, something like that, I think interest rates were like 7% or something. I don't know. I don't think trading economics lets me go back as far as I want to on interest rates, so it's kind of annoying. I can't look this stuff up anymore. I guess let's just go to mortgage rates. Yeah, I can only go back 5 years, so that's stupid. But I don't know, like 20 years ago, I'm pretty sure they were higher than they are now. I truly believe, and I feel like almost everyone would agree, that there are far less people taking out mortgages currently at the rates they are now. Well, yeah, that's why the rates are higher. That's the whole point of it. Like, there's no feeling, there's no believing. That's why rates are higher, because like, that's how economics works. There's no belief or feel. If rates are higher, there's less people getting mortgages. Lower rates, more people getting mortgages. More people taking out money, lower rates. Like, that's economics. There's no belief, there's no feel. That's how it works. So I don't know. Yeah. There's literally there's no if. Like, the data's there in front of your face, and if you understand economics, like, I agree with what you're saying, but there's no, like, feeling, there's no emotion behind this. Like, the data's there, it's right there in front of your face. 7/8. Let's see the difference in monthly mortgage. It's going to be, the 7.8% is going to be, I think every percent adds $500 to your mortgage, I believe. I think it's 500, so it would be 1,800 higher. Now, let's see if I'm right. It's either 500 or 1,000, but I think it's 500. I don't need the mortgage calculator. Let's see if I'm right. Or I like to use the amortization calculator. Like, I'll just leave it at 200,000. It really doesn't matter. You'd be doing a 20% down payment anyway. So 3.5. Your monthly payment would be like $900. 7.5. You would be at, well, that's actually not that big of a difference. Maybe I was way overestimating. You'd be at $1,400, so $500 difference. I guess every percent's 100. I guess I was way off. So even less than I thought. So see, like, 3% interest doesn't make a huge difference. Sure, 500 extra, that's, could be a big deal for someone, but if you're buying a few $100,000 house, I just don't know if $500 matters too much, especially, when interest rates come down, you can refinance and your house is going to be worth way more than what it's worth. Like, there's actually a lot of benefits by buying in a high interest rate environment. So, yeah, that's actually way lower than I thought. Way lower than I thought. You were making it seem like it was going to be some, like, exponential amount, but way, way lower than what I thought. The data is showing you new mortgages are much lower currently than prior to the rate hike. Sorry, last year was as slow as 1995, so 30-year low. Gotcha. Last time GameStop did a share buyback was the craziest return on investment. Bought 22.6 million shares at $5 pre-split. My real estate license in Illinois, as I have access to MLS, I can see a lot of data. Nice. I'm dead. You say I think I own half of it. Honestly, I fucking love you. You're funny. No, I'm being dead ass though. Like, I've never seen, my name on a paper. Like, I'm pretty sure it's there, but I actually have never seen it. I don't know. So, as long as my mom owns it, that's all I care about. Like, if I'm on it, whatever. Like, I don't really give a shit. But as long as someone I know owns it, that's all that matters to me. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I really don't care. Like I said, I don't even want the fucking thing, so I'll be just fine if my name's not on it. Oh, excuse me. I'd avoid getting a mortgage at all costs if possible. A friend of mine just sold his house because him and his wife wanted something slightly bigger. Just a terrible decision, in my opinion. Debatable. A mortgage, you know, there's a lot of benefits to getting a house. A lot of benefits. If you know how to, like, for you as a business owner, you could buy a house through your business and you'd get a lot of tax benefits. Potentially, the mortgage you get with inflation, you would outpace anyway. So, like, rather than renting, having a mortgage could potentially, in the long run, be a more profitable endeavor instead of having just, like, your cash in things. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits a mortgage could have. Like, I agree. I don't like real estate either. Like, I honestly hate real estate, but there is a lot of benefits to getting a mortgage. So to say, you know, avoid it at all costs, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Especially if you're in it for the long term, you know. If you're gonna buy a house and you're gonna move out the next like 5-10 years, I mean, good luck. But if you're buying like a forever home, or, you know, you plan on staying in it the next like 20 to 40 years, there could be a lot of potential benefits that outweigh anything else you could be doing. Bigger isn't always better. I mean, usually bigger houses are more of a fucking pain in the ass, and they're more expensive to upkeep, and if you have problem, like, yeah. Real estate is a pain, bro. Real estate is a pain. I don't think anything is going to come to me. I think I'm talking and speaking about what most everyone thinks and feels. Well, that's what I mean when I say, if you think I was speaking to you directly, I was speaking to everyone. I'm, you know, usually when I'm talking, like, I might be answering your question in the chat, but I'm speaking to everyone in a lot of ways. Like, I might be responding to what you said in the chat, but yeah. Like, just it's all about, you just gotta wait, man. I want to buy a commercial building, live it, rent it out. That's all I would buy. Or a barn dominium thing in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, a cabin would be dope. Or a commercial building. A commercial building could be cool, depending what it is. Besides the rich assholes that don't care what something costs because they can buy gold toilets to shit in. The rich assholes dedicated their life to getting rich and grinding their ass off to get rich, so I disagree with that. Like, yeah, sure, there's the case where it's money passed down from generations, but anyone who's rich grinded their ass off and probably sacrificed a lot to get there, so I really disagree with that statement. If you think people are assholes just because they're rich, I mean, you should, I don't know, I disagree with that outlook. They spent a lot of time to get there. I really disagree with that. And rate cuts are just gonna make those people even richer, so I don't know. I just really disagree with that, like, outlook on rich people. They got rich because they understand the world and because they took the right approach in their life to get there. So I just don't know how you can hate on that. I really don't know how you can hate on that. If you dedicated your whole life up to this point to making money and whatever, you'd probably be rich too. You know? Potentially. Who knows? I don't know. Anything's possible in this world, but I don't think people are assholes just because they're rich. That seems odd. It's an affordability crisis. People have way too much debt. The source of the housing crisis. That's more than half your monthly payment added on. Yeah, but you're getting the house for way cheaper. So you might be paying more monthly for a little bit till rates go lower, but you're never going to get that deal on that house ever again, most likely, because as soon as rates start going down, house prices are going to start going up, and it's going to be more demand. So in a lot of ways, getting a mortgage, like I said, and getting a mortgage in a high rate environment is way more beneficial. You can get better deals, especially if you can negotiate and actually go search for a deal. You have a lot better chance. A way better chance. Like, if anyone who's interested in real estate, now is like the time. Honestly. Now is the time. Especially if you think rates are going to be going down in the next few years. Like, man. Beautiful time to be a real estate investor from my perspective. But, I don't know. Karen was found not guilty. Nice. Yeah, that story sounded a little weird when you told me about it. I'm gonna buy a mobile home and sell ice cream and post it on social media. Nice. That could be dope. Interest rates are literally not affordable, period, but let's wait to see what happens. World of the rich. Sure. Or it's, I don't know. Words of, someone who just understands economics and just knows that it's going to take a lot of time. I don't know if that's words of the rich. You guys, like, think I'm rich or something? Is that the thing? You guys think just because I, like, can sit here and do whatever I want and stream every day, you guys think I'm, like, rich? That's interesting. That's interesting. I probably make less money than every single person here. And that's a fact. I guarantee I make less money than every single person here. You know? I bet I have a better financial approach, but I bet I make less money than all of you. I'm just saying. Like, if you think I'm rich, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. What was the take on the Fed stuff? They can cut rates whenever they want, basically, but they're just waiting for the data. See what happens with tariffs. That's basically what I got out of it. What about when you were 20,000 away from paying your house off completely? I just think they should have stuck it out. Oh, well, I mean, whatever. It is what it is, man. It's not your financial life, you know? Of course it's a bad decision. Selling a house and buying a house is a big decision. You sell it, yeah, but you can also do 1031 exchange and not pay any taxes, you know? You still have to pay the fee to the realtors, yada yada. I mean, it's not your money though, so it's whatever. You don't really have to worry about what other people are doing. That's the beauty of it. You can see what they're doing, and then you don't have to do that. Isn't that great? You get to learn from other people's mistakes. That's a beautiful thing. And maybe, you know, maybe they're happy. Maybe they're happy they bought that house. Like, does dollars really matter if they're happy? Because I don't think so. I don't think dollars really means anything if you're just happy and you're just living your life. Equity is what matters when you're buying a house, not the rate, in my opinion. I agree. I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about the other day. Like, you make your money on the buy with, like, physical things, and real estate is one of those things. Like, you truly make your money on the buy with real estate. Avoiding it at all costs is probably going way overboard. You're right. Guess China just responded to Trump's threats, had some sort of message for him. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's on CNBC, but if it's not on a main news source, I don't really care. Not interested in rumors. First home to be a business. Well, I don't know. Oh, it's gonna be a business no matter what. Money is only an obstacle if you're not motivated to get after it and make sure it stacks in your motherfucking pocket, homie. Amen. Amen. Well, it comes to no surprise then why the housing market's shit. I mean, I feel like everything you're saying is kind of just your opinion. I don't know. I've seen a lot of houses for sale by me. I've seen a lot get bought. I've seen some not get bought because they're not in the best location. So, I mean, I've physically seen houses get bought with my own eyes. Like, I don't know. You can say what you want about the housing market, but I still see people buying. I still see people selling. Sure, it might not be as exponential as it was. I mean, and shit, 3 years ago, I saw so many houses for sale and not a single fucking person was buying. So, I don't know. Some people are born with money and still fail. Yep. Some people win the lottery. NFL players get rich as fuck and then they're broke when they stop being an NFL player. Like, getting rich isn't unless you're, that 1% case or you got the money handed down to you. Getting rich and staying rich isn't an easy task unless you're educated for it. Boomers are the ones setting the prices of existing homes. They're the ones gatekeeping entry-level homes. Existing homes are what set the costs of new homes. How do you double your interest rate and only increase your monthly payment by less than 50%? Because I don't know, man. That's just what the calculator says, bro. Like, I don't know. Probably because you're factoring in other things that go into your mortgage. I don't know, man. But 3% monthly schedule, 843, 6% monthly schedule, 1,200. So, there's probably other fees and stuff that go on the mortgage. What's that one thing called? Why can't I think of it? Whatever. When you have a mortgage, you have to pay, instead of paying insurance yourself, you pay it to the bank and they pay the insurance. I can't think of what it's called for some reason, even though it's a very simple thing. Property taxes, yada yada. There's other things that are on your mortgage than just the interest rate, but yeah. And I mean, we can even do the math on the on a normal calculator. 200,000 times 3%, 6,000. 200,000 times 6%. I guess it is double. Well, I don't know how that works then, but that's how the mortgage calculator goes. We can find another mortgage calculator. Usually that one's pretty accurate though. So we can find another one and see. And also that's monthly, Your interest is based off on your, oh, that's probably what I'm fucking up on. If we go on back to that mortgage calculator, whatever the hell it is. That makes sense. Yeah. See, I go off monthly. I don't go off yearly. So the yearly's probably doubled. 3 point or whatever. We'll just do 3%. We'll make it easy. Like the yearly, the annual is, whatever that is. 5853 plus 10,720 16,573. So yeah, that's why, because the monthly doesn't get doubled, but the yearly does. That makes sense. Yeah. So there you go. But even then, I don't even think that got doubled. That's only 4,000 more. I don't know. That shit's weird, bro. Oh. Yeah. Whatever. Maybe this calculator's wrong. It could be. I've always used that calculator though, and it seems pretty accurate. I don't like, what the hell is that one? Let's go to this one. 3% update. 17.79 a month. 6% update. 2,384 a month. So, I don't know. I don't know what goes on there. I don't really care. But it is what it is. I have a better financial approach. Let's see. I lost my spot. Dog daycare, grooming area, and a big garage for mechanics. You just gotta get a piece of land with the right zoning. That's all. You just gotta have industrial zoning or commercial zoning. You can't just buy a residential land and think you're gonna build a business on it. You gotta have the right zoning and yada yada. There are rules to that stuff. Renting is complete ass. That goes without saying. And he was saying avoid money from moving from your current house that you own because you want something bigger. Renting's not ass. That's like what? Like renting is not ass. I don't even know how you would say that. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. If I personally had 50 grand right now and no house, and I was to choose to use the 50 grand for something else or use it as a down payment for a house, I would 100% choose to do something else. So I really disagree with that. Renting is ass. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't agree at all. I don't think owning real estate's ass, and I don't think renting's ass. I think they both have their benefits, and they both can work. It depends on your goals and what you want to do with your life. You know, for someone like me, I personally don't, like, I was kind of forced into real estate. I was kind of forced into owning a home, and I don't really even like it. There's a lot of expenses that come to owning a home. You never know what's gonna happen. Like, I literally just had my fucking roof cave in the other day. Sure, it was an easy fix, but, like, you don't... Shit, son. I would much rather have no responsibility and do whatever the fuck I want than own a house. So I really disagree with that. I just always need to cover bowling tournaments and everything. A lot of get handed down. Not all rich people are assholes, but yes, there are a lot of rich people that think they're better than someone else. I don't find that true. Some are nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who think they're better than someone else. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. Like, it doesn't matter how much money you have. There's a lot of egotistical people out of there. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. That's to hate someone for being rich for that reason. Everyone's like that. Everyone thinks they're better than everyone else. Literally. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just can't agree with a lot of the things you're saying, Zach Tate. I'm sorry, bro. I just can't agree with a lot of the things you're saying. I think you're very your views are very extreme, which is fine, but I mean, my views are extreme too, so I can relate, but I just can't agree with a lot of the things you're saying. I think they come from a place of like emotion and opinion, and I'm not sure if they come from a place of seeing both sides and just like, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know where you're coming from when you say these things. I just don't know, man. You know, you're just a name typing on the chat. Like, I just don't know. I just don't know, man. Sitting pretty, I think. It's called escrow. Yeah, escrow. Escrow. I don't know why I couldn't think about that. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. I know this is easy to say when I'm not in the lottery winners and athletes' shoes, but how do you just stack your cash and live off of interest, especially when we're talking millions? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh, how do you not just... okay, not. I see. I mean, a lot of people aren't financially educated, man. That's... you know? A lot of people win that money because they got lucky and they go and try to win more, getting lucky, and then they lose it all. Or they buy a bunch of shit because they've never had money before, you know? Like, you know, ask a lot of people what they would, like, ask a majority of people what they would do with $1 million. First, probably buy a house or pay off the current house. Second, buy new car or pay off current car. Third, buy backup car. Like, I guarantee majority of people, that's going to be the first 3 things they say when you ask them what they would do with $1 million. And then they'll start investing. You know, me, if I want $1 million tomorrow, it'd probably go all into GameStop, every single dollar. And maybe it would go into bonds, I don't know. It would depend how I'm feeling. Probably at this point, it would probably go all in GameStop. But, yeah. You know, I think a lot of people, if they came across a bunch of money, they would just start buying shit. And, you know, that's just how it happens. PMI. PMI is not what I was referring to, but there is that. Put 20% down or more, you don't have to pay mortgage insurance. Yeah. Put 20% down and still high as fuck mortgage. Well, of course. %20's not that much over a, you know, for that big of an asset. 20%'s really very small, especially when you're paying over the next 30 years. You're probably paying, you know, over the next 30 years, $200,000 to $300,000 in interest. Does the annual get doubled, but not the monthly? Well, I guess the annual doesn't get doubled either, so. Balloon mortgages were the only option with 50% down. Most 10-year mortgages for the rest. It's all good. That's why we don't work at a bank or provide mortgages. It actually gets pretty confusing. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. Let's see. My sister, I mean, I guess you would just do 7%, or you would, I don't know how that would work actually. I mean, you just do 365. I don't know how that would work. I don't know the math on that. I'm sure there's, you know, a formula or something out there, and I'm sure it's really simple, but I'm not gonna figure it out right now. The market closed a while ago. Did Jerome Powell crash the market? I didn't even notice. Oh no, the market's flat. Oh no, it's crashing. It's going down. It didn't even move today. .78 mortgage rate. I have a 3.15%. Even though I lend about 30K less, I still have to pay more than triple in total interest. Even though I lend about 30K less, I still have to pay more than triple in total interest. 0.78%, I'm moving there. For real though. Like mine's really low. It's like 2.4 or something like that. 0.78, that's insane, bro. They just like gave him the house. They're like, here you go. They just gave him the keys. It's like 0.78, that's ridiculous, son. That's absolutely ridiculous. I've rented for 2 years, down 60K, and don't own a thing. Renting sucks. I mean, it depends how you look at it. If you were a homeowner for the past 2 years paying principal, sure, you'd have a little bit of principal into your house, but you still would have done the same things and not really had anything. Like when you're paying on a mortgage until you're about like 10, 15 years in, you're really not paying towards the principal. Like you're mostly paying interest, so you're basically paying rent. So I don't know. I guess it just depends how you look at it. And if you owned a home, you don't know what repairs you would have had to do the past 2 years. You don't know all the effort you would have had to put into making the house look nice. Like there's more to home ownership than the payment. I'm sorry to say, it's not just a payment. There's way, like, you're taking on a fuck ton of risk. If you ignore the risk of real estate, I don't know. It's way more than just a payment. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyone who's been a homeowner for any extended amount of time knows it's more than just a, monthly payment. There is so much risk. There is random shit that happens all the time. You never even know. And you don't know how, like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's not all roses on the side of home ownership. It's not all roses. As much as people want to pretend like or act like it is, I guess. I just would disagree. Small window in Belgium 3 years ago when interest rates were super cheap. She was so lucky. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Because I'm not going to pay someone $1,000 a month for them to pay off the mortgage on the house I'm living in when I go to move on. No part of that house. Okay? But you don't have to pay for anything when it breaks. You have no liabilities if something happens. Like, I understand that aspect, but I don't know. I would, you get, I don't know, renting's not as bad as you make it seem. It's really not. And you're a homeowner, so you should understand you've probably fixed a lot of stuff. Thinks renting is better than owning when it comes to housing. I'm not gonna take a poll because I'm not too worried about it. Not too worried about it. It's all preference. It's all preference. If I could sell my house right now, right this fucking second, and make $400,000 or more, I would 100% do it. Because I mean, 400 grand times 4%, I mean, that pays for my rent for anywhere I have to go. So you're telling me I could just passively live my life with no risk and just have money pay for the rest of my life? And then who knows, like, I could work and like stack even more, no risk, nothing. Like, I can do whatever I want. Like, I don't know. In some cases, rent or owning a home kind of sucks when you look at it that way. It's like, I'd rather have all this money in money. I'd rather have all this money in money, or all that equity in money, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. But yeah, I would In a lot of cases, I would much prefer renting, even if I didn't have to sell a home. Go back to the first scenario I made. If I had $50,000 right now, I probably wouldn't be putting it for a down payment. I'd probably keep stacking. But, you know, I'm not in that position, so I can't really give that perspective, you know? Can't really give that perspective. I don't really exactly know. But from the position I'm in right now, renting seems a lot better. So I don't know. And that's coming from someone who literally owns, well, maybe owns a home, but lives in a home that's owned. So I don't know. You have your perspective, I have mine. I like having a peaceful life, you know, and having a house where things break and anything can happen at any time, and I'm the one responsible of it. That's not peace for me. That's not peace for me. Like, it might be peace for you. You might enjoy your house. Maybe it brings you a lot of peace, but not for me. Not for me. I'd rather have no liabilities and just continue stacking and living my life. I'd rather own, but say rent doesn't have any advantage isn't correct. Yeah. You're so far behind. I mean, I go on tangents here. You said owning a home is a great investment. Could be wrong, but I swear I heard you said that. Yeah, because everything's not black and white, my friend. There's there's benefits and negatives to everything you do in life. It's not black and white. There's no owning a home is better, renting is better. That's not how fucking life works. That's not how life works, bro. There's scenarios where owning a home is better. There's definitely scenarios, but one or the other is not better than either or. That's not how life works. It's never has been, never will be. Many NFL players took the salary in Bitcoin back during the pandemic times. They're probably up crazy on that. Oh, that's sick. I wouldn't touch it for an entire year if someone handed me a milli. I remember, let's see, everyone, your opinion doesn't matter. Cory is right about everything. I mean, I'm definitely defending both sides, so, but whatever. Why don't you bring a perspective here instead of just talking shit, Elvis? Why don't you bring a perspective? Why don't you bring value to the conversation instead of just talking shit? You ever thought about that? Weird, huh? Weird how you could bring value to the conversation. Interesting. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? How you could actually bring value to the chat by bringing your perspective in, but no, you choose to just talk shit when I'm literally defending both sides. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. My AirPods died, so I guess I'm chat only from here on in. I don't hate people because they're rich. I know very wealthy people, very nice, respectful people. Others think they're better because they have money, content make. Someone cooler, better than someone else. Yeah, but all I was saying is people already think they're better than other people, whether they have money or not. Like, that's not a feature that comes with money. That comes with most people. Most people think they're better than you. That's not just, you know. That's not because they have money. That's literally everyone you meet, whether they portray themselves that way or not. Million enough to start buying houses and cars. That's getting invested, period. I'm going back to work next week. Oh God. On God. It's a competitive world, yep. Rent money goes nowhere. I made so much money owning 2 homes. This year alone, I've spent $12.5K on a roof and $2.5K on a garage door. Yep. There's what is that, 6 months of rent? I mean, depending where you live. If you live in a cheap rent, that's a year of rent that you spent on a roof and a garage. Oh yeah. There's no value in renting. Nope. You might as well get the house and blow 15 grand on a roof and a garage. Yeah. You know, there's no benefit to renting though. You blew a fucking year's worth of living on 2 things. No benefit to renting though. No benefit to renting. I could do a lot in a year. I could do a lot in a year with that 15 grand. I'm just saying. I think you could do a lot in a year with that 15 grand. You could also fuck up, you know. You could also blow it. Find you an apartment unit you can buy. A great way to build equity in 25. Some sell for like 60K in Minneapolis. Damn, that's cheap. That's cheap. I mean, if you can find something like that, I guess that's chill. As we saw like a few weeks ago, there's still some cheap places to live out there. Not everything's fucking massively expensive. Living in my house for 2 years. The risk is overstated in my opinion. Yeah, I have to account for a new roof and some minor repairs. People would not rent out the house if it wasn't profitable. People rent out their house as a store of value. Not every house is rented out at a profit. There's a lot of people who rent out houses and it's not profitable. It's just a store of value for them because they have money that they don't know what to do with. Like, I bet there's a lot of real estate owners out there who don't make money on their house. I actually can guarantee that. I can guarantee you there's a lot of real estate owners who rent it out and don't make money. And then there's probably people that do. But it's not everyone. Taking ownership should be temporary. It is just where your money is. Ownership should be temporary. Interesting. Interesting. You ever thought about doing a HELOC and YOLO on GME? No. I would just buy more GameStop if I wanted to buy more GameStop. You know, that sounds very egotistical, but anyone who gets a loan to buy GameStop, that is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Even though it would probably work, it's still a stupid financial decision. That is fucking crazy. I do understand not paying off a house early if the money outperforms interest in the market. Try getting your landlord to fix something in your house you are renting. That can be a pain in the ass. I'd rather take into my own hands. I mean, then I'll just stop paying rent. What the fuck is he gonna do? If he's not gonna fix the thing I need fixed, I'll just stop paying rent. What is, like, literally, what is he gonna do? It's gonna take him a long time to get me kicked out. It's gonna take a long time. I'll find another place by then. I fixed plenty of things in the house. Those things come and go over time, and multiple years could go by with zero issues. But guess what continues no matter what? Rent and mortgage. However, you're right. It's all perspective and what works for you. Exactly. Exactly. And, I mean, I don't know. The only thing I can go off of is just, I'd rather just be invested in the market straight up than buy real estate. I'd rather just not own a house. And nobody's, I don't expect anyone to agree with me on this topic or think that I'm right or anything. Like, I'm just giving my perspective, but I would rather not. And good for you if that's what you want to do. Like, I don't care what you do with your money. You think I care? Well, it does increase when you sell. You get back what you put in. I mean, but I don't want to put in anything. I don't want to. That's the American way. I'm better than you. Amen. Yeah, I don't think we'll get on the same line about this topic. I mean, I understand your guys' perspective, but I get it. I understand real estate, Like, I'm not blind to it. It's just personally I'd rather do other things. Sell your house then and buy all GME? I mean, I would if I could. I would if I could. If I was financially in the position to where I could do that, I would 100% do it. Because I think GameStop is a better investment than a house, but I can't live in GameStop, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can't live in GameStop. I would love to live in GameStop. That would be great, bro. I would love to live in GameStop. That'd be an amazing thing. Here for sure, but Corey, those are one-off rare occasions. You can't say that's normal or always happens. Not arguing, just saying. I don't know what you're responding to on this one because I'm obviously far behind the chat, but I'm assuming you're responding to when I said people lose money on real estate too. And to say that's a rare occasion, very debatable. It's probably more common than you think, but I don't know. I don't know any real estate people, but I'm sure it's pretty common. Just because you buy a home doesn't mean it's permanent. If you take care of it, you can always sell it, then make more on it because it always goes up. I mean, in your experience, it's always gone up, but for the past 5 years, houses have done nothing. Well, past 4 years, I guess. Well, 3 probably, technically. Probably 3. The past 3 years, houses have done nothing but go down, so, they probably will keep going up in the future, but that's... I don't care about that aspect of, like, that's not even, I haven't even brought that aspect into the argument because I don't care about the appreciation aspect. I can appreciate in the stock market too. I can buy the SPY, I could buy risk-free bonds, 4% interest. Like, I can appreciate money in the stock market too, You can appreciate money buying Pokemon. Like, you can appreciate money doing anything. Doesn't, like, real estate's not, I get it. I get that, but you can appreciate your money anywhere. And nothing's guaranteed, I don't think. I don't think anything's guaranteed. And if you, I don't know. I don't know. I think if you made money on real estate from the pandemic, that was a one-off event, and congratulations, that's awesome, but what is the world going to be like going forward? We'll see. It'll be insane if another event like that happens in our lifetime. I mean, it might in the next like 20 years, but that'll be wild if we see another event like that. Renting it out and not making money. Thank you for saying that. You learn something new every day. I mean, I'm not speaking from experience or anything, but it's definitely a scenario, I'm sure. Like, just like every business doesn't make money, you know? Not everyone makes money in the stock market. Like I said, like everything's not... Yeah, everyone makes money renting real estate. Debatable. I bet a lot of people who rent real estate put a fuck ton of work into that house before they started renting it out. So they're probably renting to pay off what they put in. And from my perspective, that's not making money. Well, I mean, once you get to the point where you paid off everything you put in, you know, sure, then you're making money. But for that time up until that point, you're not making anything. $400% raise. What? Cowboy cheerleaders getting a 400% raise? I think they have a Netflix special coming out or something like that. So I don't know. How much house has been going up annually since the pandemic? I have no clue. I'm pretty sure they've been going down, right? I would assume they've been going down. So yeah, you buy a roof, a garage, whatever. I sold my house after 2 years and made way more than if I rented. I would have none of it. I mean, what would you? I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like you're using your house as like a like you think like your house is the only way you can save money. If you were renting, would you not save money? Would you just completely ignore saving money and investing in other things and trying to grow what you have? Like, I get what you're saying, but there's other ways to save money and invest money. Like, just because a house versus renting, like you can still save money. I don't understand like how just because you rent you can't save money. I don't understand that mindset. Because from my perspective, you would save more, because if you have the money to do a fucking down payment for a house, you could probably do a lot with that. And yeah, I get what you're saying, but you're making it seem like just because if someone's renting, they're not saving money, and like paying your mortgage is the only way to save money. Like, that's kind of the way I'm reading this, and like I get that aspect of real estate, but how do you know if you would have put that money into the S&P 500 that it wouldn't be worth exponentially more than what you've made throughout your time in real estate? Like, how do you know that? You really don't. So I don't, yeah. Like, how do you know you wouldn't have saved more? More than likely, that's not, the rent is going to, more likely than not, that rent is going to the mortgage they own and eventually will pay it off with the rent money they collect. Then when it comes time to sell, well, you know. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Does that growth concern you at all? I don't know what the growth is. You didn't say. I don't actually know. Saying he doesn't care what we do with our money hurts me on some level. Surely we all want all of us to see Gme increase our wealth. I'd like you guys to do good. I mean, I'm sorry, but I really don't like care what you guys do, because I YOLO'd all my money in GameStop, so like, and I don't even care what happens with this. So if I don't care what happens with my money, what makes you think I care what you guys are doing with yours? I can just give you my perspective and how I view things and whatever, but like, I don't even care what happens with my money. If I cared what happened with my money, I probably wouldn't be YOLO'd all in GameStop. Let's be real. let's be real. If I actually cared, do you think I'd have every dollar I've ever made throughout my life, or every dollar I've ever saved up to this point in a fucking singular stock that dropped 60% from the highs? Like, probably not. Like, I don't give a shit what happens here, bro. I'm just excited for the journey. I'm excited for the journey. You can live in South Carolina, though. I mean, I could also rent in South Carolina for like $800 a month and not have to deal with a house. And then if there's ever a natural disaster, I can just leave. South Carolina's sick, bro. That rent's sick. That rent is absolutely sick. I'm telling you. At least, you know, compared to where I live. Bought at the right time. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Beautiful day gambling. Well, good for you. Don't come in my chat and flex gambling. Nobody gives a fuck. Why didn't you guys clap that guy? You know, let some guy come in here and flex his stupid little gamble. That's messed up, bro. You're supposed to clap that guy. You're supposed to clap that guy. Alright, peace out, KCR. Have a good one, bro. God bless. The one I bought 2 months ago is going up to 30K. Nice. I made money off my first house too. Owned 2 years in 2016. Nice. I worry for people that get into bidding wars and overpaid on their existing homes. Cost of maintenance could be hard if they have student loans that have just been unpaused after 5 years. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. No, they have been only going up. Honestly, dude, seriously, all perspective and what you want to do with your life. What works for Sam doesn't work with others and vice versa. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Up, up, up. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure certain areas for sure. But I don't know. I don't follow real estate like that anymore. Because I don't have a... I honestly don't plan on ever buying a house. Like, I don't even want the house I have now. So, I stopped looking a long time ago. What do you care about other than GameStop? Not much. Not much. I'm just kidding. I care about some things. I know people who used to own an oil company, sold the company, and bought 4 to 5 cabins up in Lake George, New York. They said they make money off renting them out than the oil... More money off renting them out than the oil business. What do you care about, Elvis? Selling at the end, that is the difference between buying and renting. Yeah, but after everything's said and done, like, have you kept track of every single dollar you put into that house? Every single thing, every single little piece of time you've put into that house. Did you add all that up? And sure, I bet the end price, you know, I bet you did make money, but did you actually make as much as you think you did? You know, that's something I would argue about selling the house. Like, after everything, did you make as much as you think you did? Debatable, you know? I don't know. It's just what comes to my mind when people talk about flipping houses and stuff like that. Is how much did you put into it? How much time? How much interest did you pay on the mortgage, and did you even factor that in? Like, I think there's a lot of things that get ignored in real estate. Which is fine, but it's just things I think about. And then you have to pay taxes, unless you do 1031, then you don't have to pay taxes, but... Let's say, saving money, no. Building money, yes. I don't know. Like, from my perspective, I would have an easier time building money outside of owning a home. Like, straight up. But I don't know. I just don't, personally, I don't see my house going up in value. As far as area and pricing everything up, maybe it will. Maybe it will go up in value, but I think location is also very important aspect. You're not getting the full price of your house if the location sucks. Unless the economic environment calls for it, then you can pretty much sell whatever you want. Like in the case where Muma said, people getting in bidding wars and overpaying, like that's what you want, but you're paying your mortgage, you're paying to lay your head down and go to sleep. If you're paying the exact same amount on a mortgage, you're still going to sleep, but that money is paying it off. Not all of it. Maybe like 10-20% of what you're paying into your mortgage is paying it off until you're like 10-15 years in. And then maybe, once you're like 15 years in, maybe then you'll start paying more in principal than your interest. But for the first 5 years, you're paying mostly interest. So you're not really paying off your mortgage as much as you think you are. So I'm saying you can rent here and sell the home. Oh yeah. I wish. Shit, I wish. What is rent in SC? Cheap. Very cheap. But yeah, it depends. Location, baby. That's a key real estate thing. Location. It's a very key thing. Right with you no matter what. Nothing but love over here. I love seeing more and more people in here for you. We're all sitting this shit together. Amen. I appreciate that, Zach Tate. God bless, bro. Like, I'm not like upset or I don't have any like bad feelings toward anyone. I'm just speaking my perspective, bro. I'm just on my stream, just doing my thing, bro. Like I said, I don't really care what you guys do with your money. I want you to succeed, of course, but at the end of the day, you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, and I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do, and we're gonna live our lives, and it's gonna be good. Just because I don't agree that, in some ways I do agree that real estate can be a good investment, but just because I don't agree fully, doesn't mean anything. I just see a lot of benefits of renting, and just because you guys don't see the same thing I see, it doesn't mean anything. I would never expect you guys to see the world the way I see it, because it's a weird world. It's a weird world in my world. It's a weird world. A very weird world. Why did my cousin call me? Damn, it's already almost 3. What the hell? We just talked about real estate for like 2 hours. We just talked about real estate for 2 hours. What the hell? What the hell, dude? That's crazy. That's crazy. There's still 31 people here, too. That's even crazier. God bless everyone here. Much love. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that real estate talk. That was kind of fun. That was kind of fun. Did you take the money you made and YOLO'd in GME? Wait, what? What do you mean? I just think about it like this. It's almost like putting money back into the bank that you can't really touch until you sell the house. That's fair. That's fair. But still, like, you're not, you're literally only paying like 10-20% of the principal the first few years. So you're, every dollar that you pay on your mortgage, it's not going towards the house. So in a lot of ways, you're still you're paying rent. This is for the first few years, but for the first few years, you're paying rent in the form of interest, and you're still taking on the risk of the house. Like, why do you think banks, like, literally, like, anyone who's been defending real estate right here, why do you think banks give you a mortgage on the house? Let's be real here. Because they know they're going to win in the long run. If the bank didn't think they were going to win and make more money than you, they wouldn't give you the mortgage on the house. So you're betting against the bank. And if you think the bank is wrong, I mean, very, very debatable. Very debatable. That's actually insane if you think the bank is wrong, because the bank is most likely not wrong. The bank is betting on your failure, and the reason why they bet on your failure is because so many people have failed. So, take that perspective for what it's worth. You're betting against the bank when it comes to real estate, or the bank is betting against you, however you want to view it. And if you think you're smarter than the bank, I mean, that's just very debatable. I would argue I'm not much smarter than the bank. But that's the last thing I'll say. That is the last thing I'll say. No capital gains tax after you own a house for 2 years. $250K single, $500K if you're married, I think. Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Good point. Is it 2 years? It's not just a year? Amazon homes comes in a box and you build it. Prefab home under 9,500. I mean, that would be a cheap place to live, but definitely not like an investment or anything like that, you know? Could be a cheap place to live, though. Maybe potentially better than a home and real estate, or renting. Potentially that could be even better. Who knows? Who knows? You know, prefab home under 10 grand, like, that sounds sick, bro. That sounds sick. You know, it's not going to be worth anything in the future, but how much could you save in the meantime? I don't know. Sears used to sell houses. History just repeating itself instead of Sears. Amazon, though. Home Depot, I think, starting too. Really? I didn't know that about Sears. Elon Musk got that boxable. Yeah, I've seen those. I think you could revolutionize trailer parks and dominate if you had the money to make tiny home developments and make starter homes that are affordable, small but affordable. I don't know. There used to be a trailer park near me, and they tore it down and replaced it with townhomes. So, you know, maybe there must not be as much money in trailer parks as it might seem. It's because of damn interest rates. Easy to talk about that. I don't know what you're responding to on that one. It doesn't matter the interest rate. No matter when you get the mortgage, 2%, 5%, the first few years you're basically paying mostly interest. Like, doesn't matter what the interest rate is. That's just how mortgages work. I don't know if that's what you're responding to, but this is what sucks about getting behind in the chat. Build a huge parking structure. Mobile home city. I don't know. Rent gang until I leave the city. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. No, but every dollar of rent is going to pay someone else's mortgage off. Yeah, I understand that part, but it's fine. We're just kind of circling back to the same things. It's also getting X amount of interest off 1 million people on 1 million mortgages. That's why they do it. Yeah, but either way, you're still betting against the bank. The bank's betting on your failure. They wouldn't give you the mortgage if they didn't think there was a chance you couldn't fail. Or, you know, also, they know you're going to pay it. So there's also that aspect. They know you're going to pay it because it's the biggest purchase you've ever made in your life. So, but, you know, you're still betting against the bank. I just pay like $750 in rent. It's not bad. 600 square foot, nothing much, but it's okay. I mean, it's a fireplace to save money, bro. It's a fireplace to save money. Like, think about it this way. My mortgage is actually extremely cheap. Like, they refinanced at a really good time. It's like 2.5% on like 160K or something like that. But even with that really good mortgage, really low, I bet I'm paying, I bet the interest I'm paying towards the mortgage is $700. I bet it's around there. So I'm paying just as much in interest as your rent. And sure, I have this house, whatever, but this is risk. You have 600 feet of no risk. I have 2,500 square feet of risk. I don't know how big my house is, actually, but you get the point. You have no risk in there, bro. I'm paying your rent and interest, and I've got all the risk. Sure, I get potential gain, whatever, but debatable. Getting my GF to fall for me and move in with me is good rent hack, but if they keep jacking up rent prices, I might need to get a second GF. Nice. 2 years, didn't pay capital gains tax. Real estate's definitely for small percentage. I see. Gotta play the cards right. Needs an open relationship for financial reasons. How do you guys feel about condos? I don't really like HOAs. Not a big fan of HOAs. Not a big fan of HOAs. It's like you buy the condo and then, although some of them have okay amenities, I guess, but not a huge fan. Did you decide on streaming tomorrow? Nah. No, I did not. We'll see. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I'm not going to have much to do. No, I was talking about how time was flying. We've been talking about interest rates. Well, that's how it began. Yeah. I mean, time flies. Time flies sometimes in here. Sometimes in this stream, the time be flying. We just circle around, or we just talk about a topic and just spin in circles, basically. Just repeat the same thing for 2 hours straight. Sometimes it happens, bro. Sometimes it happens. He definitely hasn't thought about it. Yeah, I definitely haven't. I definitely haven't. I hear Florida condo owners can't afford the insurance, but it seems like a nice way to go. Tend to agree the bank typically beats people, not me though. Hey, peace out, Moose. Have a good one, bro. God bless. It's a little bit of both. If you failed to pay your mortgage, they get your house. If you pay your mortgage, they get the interest rate. Win-win for the bank. Yeah. Yeah. Good bet for the bank. Good bet for the bank. But imagine you could be the bank, which in this interest rate environment now, I mean, you kind of can. I mean, that's what GameStop's doing. GameStop is becoming the bank. They're not relying on the bank anymore. Well, the notes are a little weird, but we'll see how those play out. 2,300 for rent in the hood. In Cali, yeah. Minnesota, bro, the hood price here, $750, probably even lower. 2.5K here, jeez. The big city boys, man. Our big city boys. That shit's crazy. Bro, so if you don't stream tomorrow, I'm gonna be hella pissed. This become part of my day-to-day. Well, I'm sorry in advance. If I don't, but I'm sure I will. Today was actually a pretty good stream. Like, it kind of sucks that we didn't run ads, because I could have made like $10, but pretty decent stream. 1,000 views. Consistent, well, we had consistent like 30-40 people here until the Powell thing, but either way, even after the Powell thing, still having like 30 people in here, that's crazy. It's growing. Seeing the little baby grow. Seeing the little baby grow. The little baby stream. The little baby. How do I do it today? You're good, bro. You're good. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm just joking anyway. Little dollar sign brings up super stickers. Yeah, that's the dono thing. I think super stickers or super chats, one of the two. They're the same thing. Or you can gift memberships, which is, you know, probably the most preferred way. Probably the most preferred way, because then, you know, at least people get something out of it. Having withdrawals on Saturday and Sunday. Are you live streaming for Juneteenth? I'm not sure yet. Probably. Set up a PayPal. I mean, I have a Venmo. That's PayPal. PayPal owns Venmo, so it's kind of the same thing, right? I'm pretty sure I do have a PayPal. I just don't use it. No, so YouTube don't take half. It just makes it easy for people to donate. I mean, I could put a PayPal up or whatever, but I don't know. I feel like then that makes me seem like I'm just like doing the stream for money, and it's not really it. So I just choose not to. You know, if people want to donate, they can donate, and YouTube can take half. You know, it's a little annoying, but whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, God bless you, Zach Tate. God bless you, Zach Tate, with the $10. The $10 to make me holla, baby. Let's go. Let's go. $10 make me holla. Appreciate you, Zach Tate. God bless, bro. God bless. Appreciate you sticking around the stream. Hopefully you don't think I'm like ever attacking you. Sometimes I just don't agree with the things you say, because they, you know, like I said, you're just kind of like a name on a chat, so I don't really see, you know, I read the message and I get my perspective of the message, and sometimes I feel like they're a little extreme, but no, what's the word? I don't know what, no hate on my end. I know there's something I'm trying to say here, but no hate on my end. I'm just living and streaming and talking, and that's it. Keep it going, chat. Hey, move my burr. Let's go. Burr, 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 burr. Move my burr, 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 burr. $10. God bless you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. For real, I appreciate it. Cory on a marathon today. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here soon though. How did I get an ad right after Zach Tate's dono? I don't always agree with what you say, but that's life. We all have opinions. Yeah, I would never expect anyone to agree with like 95% of what I say. You know, I hope you like understand the perspective. I hope you can understand the perspective, but I don't expect you to agree with it. 'Cause I have weird views on life. Like I said, I'm just a weird guy. I've just had weird experiences. Seen a lot of stuff. Seen a lot of things. Lived a lot of life in a short amount of time, it feels like. I feel like I'm like fucking 80 years old, dude. Welcome to another GameStop stream. Today, Ryan Cohen fucked us over for the 100,342nd time. He's raised about $6.9 trillion, and GameStop's still trading at $20. It's been 84 years, and he's still fucking us over. You know, but it's going to the moon soon. It's going to the moon. Cash at 5 trillion, stock at 22. Exactly. $5 trillion in cash we've raised over the years, and we're still sitting at the same stock price. It's gonna be epic when MOAS happens. It's going to be epic. MOAS happens, and then you have a heart attack. The stock goes from $22 to like 400,000, and you're like, you just die. That was the real MOAS, is you having a heart attack. The real MOAS was a heart attack when it finally squeezed. Holy shit. Oh man. That's fucked. That's absolutely fucked. What I do really like about you is you know your shit about stocks and how to read balance sheets and give good info about where I have money invested. Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. Not a lot of people like my opinion on stocks because it's definitely not the herd's opinion, you know? Kind of like, you know, there wasn't actually that many people here today, but usually when it's a Federal Reserve, and in the past, not so much more as, not as frequent as now because there's so many people streaming the Federal Reserve and stuff thing. Like, back when I used to stream it in 2021 and nobody was streaming it, like, I'd get so many people that would come in and be like, Jerome Powell moves the market, the market's gonna go down because of this, you know, and like, you learn, you know, if you've been doing this for as long as I have, you learn a lot of those, you just learn that a lot of those people are full of shit and have no clue what they're talking about. So, you know, it's years of seeing bullshit. It's literally, my stock experience is like years of just picking out bullshit and being like, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. And then just wound up being a normal share investor, like a normal person. Like, it's kind of interesting. My stock journey has been an interesting one. I feel like not a lot of people have experienced. I also have to thank my mentor a lot. Like, you know, I didn't just get this mindset on the market by accident, you know. It definitely got taught. MOAS was my heart rate. Hopefully someone hits the sell button to pay for the Medi bills. Best thing about Cory is he's real, just straight up forward. Show this mentor you speak of. I can't show him. He doesn't have social media anymore, I don't think. I haven't talked to him in years. I don't even know what he's up to. I don't even know what he's up to. It's not like a YouTuber or anything. It's just someone I met in a fucking community and learned a lot. Did it benefit me in any way? Probably not, but Cory's mentor was a 16-year-old kid. Yep, it was. 16-year-old fucking genius, bro. You know, whether it was marketing or not, could have been. But either way, it was some good-ass fucking marketing because it worked. Sometimes you tend to say you don't care what the stock is doing or how much it is, etc., but we all care and hope for the best of Gme and want it to do well. I mean, I don't care, though. Like, I don't care what happens. I don't care if I go broke. I don't care if I make a lot. Like, I literally just don't. I think it's... You have no control over what GameStop does. You have no control over what the stock price is going to be tomorrow, week from now, month from now, year from now. You have no control over this, so I don't care about things I don't have control over. Even though I have a fuckload of money in it, I still don't care. I don't have control over this. I don't know what the outcome's going to be. So when I say that, I'm being 100% serious. I'm not saying it for a razz. I'm not saying it to make you guys think I like when I say that, I'm literally speaking my truth. Like, I don't give a fuck what happens to GameStop. I think it's gonna work, but ultimately I don't care, because at the end of the day, we're just gambling, and I would never pray to God that something as degenerate as gambling. I would never pray to my Lord and Savior, God, please, I want to be rich so bad. Make GameStop go up, please. No, I would never fucking do that. Like, whatever happens here is whatever happens. Like, I literally don't care. I literally don't care. Like, I promise you I don't. I'm just speaking my truth, bro. I'm just speaking my truth. And, you know, I don't ever plan on selling, so even if it does go up, like, does it really matter? Like, does it really matter if it goes up? Like, I don't plan on selling anytime soon. So it's hard for me to care when all the scenarios I have no control over. Well, the only one I do have control over is pressing the sell button, but that's not happening, so how can I care? The one thing I have control of, I'm not even letting myself do it. So how can I care? You know? How can I care? The singular thing I have control over, I won't even allow myself to do it. I don't know. But I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for always supporting the stream. If you're new here, thank you for giving the stream a second chance. I appreciate it. God bless you. Much love to all the OGs. Thank you guys for supporting the stream always through thick and thin, you know? Even when there was like nobody here, you guys were still here supporting the stream, and I appreciate that. So God bless you guys. Shout out Kristen, Matt Romano, Muma, Zach Tate, Hugh G, Ruben. I don't know who else is here. Moose again, I think he left. Isaiah. I just have to go through the chat to see who's chatted recently, because I don't even know who's here. Elvis, potentially. Who else? I mean, KCR, Alex Schur. I should just remember all these names, but I have a hard time. But shout out to all of you guys. Barley, Rosh. I should just shout out the people who chat when I'm ending the stream, but whatever. Maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. But either way, I'll see you on Friday or tomorrow. God bless you. Peace.